Should we really be off work this early? There is still a lot left to do.
All right.
Surprise. I wouldn't mind staying here for a while.
Should be ready. All right. Nope. What is up, you guys? It's your boy Rob, Hollow Avarice, back again with some more Genshin Impact. We've been doing a lot of Sumeru exploration. We are halfway through patch 3.1? Yes, halfway through 3.1. We are going to be moving on to 3.2 in 2 weeks, on November 2nd, where they're going to release Nahida as the new character. But in the meantime,
we haven't been to the Publishing House in a while.
I accidentally started a quest.
I wonder if they have any new books in. The one we read with A that time is pretty cool.
Come on, this is a no-brainer, man. There's only one thing worth wishing for, and that is a ton of Mora.
But the exam's next
This is
week.
probably one of the many
again,
character
I'm
quests that
seriously
I've started.
done for. I'm better off wishing that my exam goes smoothly.
Ah, it's just an exam. Trust me, there's no problem you can't solve by throwing Mora at it. If it doesn't work, then just keep
capitalist
throwing
mindset.
till it does.
What are they arguing about? It's quite a spirited debate.
Huh? Really? You need but stand on this land at midnight, lower your head and recite a special incantation, then your wish.
that
Looks
from a
like you
novel?
guys really aren't in the loop.
A wish ritual?
That was
right?
incredible.
Even Paimon knows that's just not how the world works.
I didn't believe it's this guy called Kunihiko. He's practically always been unemployed, wastes his days away, and he owes a lot of money. Like a lot. But get
My
this,
guy.
I don't see him for a few days, and suddenly I find him dressed to the nines. I heard it directly from him. He used this wishing ritual.
His whole bed was filled with...
Paimon, calm down.
Of course, I'm sure the part about waking up lying on a bed of Mora, whether you believe it or not, it's not a...
If you're still feeling skeptical, just
Really? Well, come
Give it a try.
Well, if it really is true, then just think of all the Mora Paimon could... Oh, and you'd finally be reunited with your twin, too.
I guess. Okay. It's the Great Narukami offering, so that's Yaimiko's quest line. Alright, got a bunch of new stuff here. Let's check quests. We got a lot of story quests. Yeah, that's part of Yaimiko's story quest. But it looks like we have something new. NILOU. One story key. I got extras. So I'll add that to the unlocked list here of story quests that I still need to get through. You know, maybe I'll try out NILOU's today. Events. We got 3 new test runs. NILOU, Albedo, and Beto. Beto. Albedo, Beto. The Perpetual Motion Dragon. I've been fighting him several times. He drops water and these things, which I believe are used for NILOU. I already did my dailies and all my, like, little random stuff for the day. I have Beto. I think I have a C1 or C2 Beto. So I would not mind C6ing Beto. Absolutely not. I do not yet have Albedo. And I obviously don't have NILOU, being that she just released 1 hour ago. So obviously I think I'm going to be doing this. You know what? Why not? Let's start let's try these 3 characters, you know? Why not? Let's start with the one I already have.
Dodge this!
Yeah, you did. Alright, let's try this again.
Oh, so sorry.
Let's see if I can parry. Oh no, it releases after a second. Okay. So I can only hold it for so long.
Back at ya!
I don't think I got any damage from that. That's pretty cool.
Eyes on me!
I mean, that's not bad.
This moment will be frozen in time.
Okay, that was dope. Beto's a fun character. Okay, so that was Beto. Next, we'll try Albedo. Klee's quote-unquote brother, right? Adoptive brother. So they gave us Zhongling for this, who's also a trial character, or who's also a 4-star that's being re-released right now along with Beto and Barbara, I believe, right? Those are the 3. Let's start, obviously, drop Woba. Cool. Alright, let's see what
Witness
his...
my great undertaking.
That's pretty cool looking.
Hey, yeah! Loba, get them!
Burst forth. Feel this ancient power.
That just flew by. I should have checked his stats and what he had on him. You know, I can do that right now, actually. Let's try him one more time. I want to see what this Albedo is all about. So this one's a level 80. Has Cinnabar Spindle, which I believe is an... Was that one of the event weapons? I know the Festering thing was an event weapon. This just might be a... He is 4-piece Husk of Opulent Dreams. Unable to view artifacts. I can't identify artifacts from sight, so let me just wait till that one's a little bit further over. There we go, so now I'll be able to tell. This is a C0. All of his talents leveled to 8. This one has a 2-piece Noblesse, 2-piece Crimson. Looks like she actually has 3 Crimson. For that extra pyro damage. There's Dragon's Bane. I think I currently have my Dragon's Bane on Candace. Because she had for that Hydro bonus. Alright. Good to know. Good to know. Can't hurt. And now we will test out the final of these trial characters. The girl we are here to pull today. Alright, let's... NILOU's elemental skill will cause her to enter a special pirouette state, allowing her to use unique hydro-elemental dance steps that will replace her normal attack and elemental skill. So her elemental skill when used the first time changes her skill when used the second time, with her third dance steps type granting her different subsequent effects. After she completes her third dance step, having the right elements, so every time you activate the skill, it does a dance step. So it's 1, 2, 3. You need to use the skill 3 times. After she completes her third dance step, having the right elements in your party will cause her to grant all nearby characters the Golden Chalice's bounty, which will cause the dendro cores created by bloom reactions they trigger to become bountiful cores. Her burst deals AoE hydro damage to nearby opponents before dealing another instance of hydro damage to them after a short delay. So if you have them dendro, that's 2 instances of bloom being triggered. Additional elemental orbs will be dropped during the trial event challenge to facilitate the testing trial. Okay.
First, get into position.
Barbara.
With all my strength. Dance with the waves. How the... Don't touch me! Oh no, here!
So that's the first. Okay, there we go. Oh. Now, does it stay prop? You don't let's prop this.
All eyes on
Let's see.
me. Positions. That hurt a little.
And it's shooting like water blades. That's really cool. Alright. I dig it. I do want to get both characters. I do want to get Albedo. So let's claim that. Claim that. Celica. I think I have like over 160 of them, so I should be good. Ooh, Noctilis Jade. I own 113 of them. Okay. I own plenty of treasure hoarder stuff. That one only gives me experience. Alright. First things first, before we wish. I didn't wish the other day. You know, I did a single pull the other day and didn't get anything. I got a great fortune, though. You know what I did? You know what I remember what I did? I did a weapon banner pull. Or like 3. Which was foolish of me. I know, I say never do it, but... try my luck. See what I got. Give me your slip. I feel like it's just one step unnecessary. Alright. Let's, Great fortune! Whenever you draw your blade, it shall lead toward victory. The shine of your blade as it leaves its sheath will also inspire those around you. Oh, hello, good sir. How you doing today? Your lucky object today is rare horsetail. Horsetails grow in fields of silver glass. Alright. So I pulled Great Fortune. That's really good. Welcome to the stream. You're here just in time to watch me waste money. Alright, so we're going to be pulling for NILOU. So let's go to Sumeru. My favorite place at Sparrow is here. Because I love the music in the tavern. Is there a second floor to this tavern that I've never been up to? I guess so. Okay. So chilling here. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Work's been good. I did Comic-Con over the last weekend. Comic-Con was awesome. New York Comic-Con. Yeah, aside from that, everything's been going pretty damn smooth. What about you? How have everything's been on your end? Alright. So we got, obviously, these two. We got the new weapon banner. And I do like the key of Cognizant. We could also do a 10 pull on this. You didn't miss pulls? You liked them? Thank you. Yep, just in time. Alright. So I'm going to start with NILOU pulls. That is what I want. I have, I don't know, I have 16,000 gems. So I'm prepared to do this for a minute. Alright, so let's start with a 10 pull. Get us off. I think, not right off the bat, that's fine. I think my pity's only like 6. So let's see. I'll keep track of this. Pity was 6. Nice, Zhongling. Alright, trash, trash. Yep. 2 4-star? No, only 1. Alright. Alright, pity 16. You know what? I also want to check something. Let's see. So our 3 characters are Beto, who is a C2. Beto is C2. Barbara is C3. And Zhongling is now a C4. That's a really cool ability, the increased Pyronado duration. Alright. Next one. Here we go. Nope. Good try, though, but we're gonna get Beto and Barbara in this. Ooh, Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers. I'm fine with that. Another Rust. Okay. Is this pure weapon? Pure weapon. Alright. I don't hate Rust. Solid weapon. Hey there, welcome to the chat. Oh, I'm doing good. Alright. Pity is 26 now. This brings it to 36. We got a Barbara. Alright. Pity is 36. Barbara is now C4. Dope, dope, dope. You hear this a time we're pulling for NILOU, then Albedo. I need both of them. Only Barbara. Alright, but you know, we C4'd Barbara, that's fine, because I think her C6 has a resurrection. I don't use Barbara much, but it's a cool ability. Thanks, here's... All these solo 4-star pulls are a little on the brutal side. 46. Oof. Widsith. Alright. You know what? I wouldn't mind a Widsith for Nihida next patch, just in case I don't pull her weapon. Alright, Beto. That's who I wanted. That's probably the 4-star I care about the most. It's Beto, then Zhongling, then Barbara. Ah. Pirate mommy, that's what I'm about. Alright, but I got a 4-star weapon at least with it. That's something. Alright, pity 56. Oh, God, my heart. Oh, this is killing me. Alright, that's Beto C4. Alright. Sure, I'll take Sara. Good old Tengu girl. I think they said Raiden's going to be in an upcoming patch, so I'll have Sara to support Raiden. There we go. That's 3 4-stars in a pull, though. There we go. That's 3 4-stars. My luck is turning around. Let's just, you know, let's convert. Not all 6,000. Not bad, not bad. We got this. Sure. Let's convert around 8,000 for now. There we go. This should be 66 pity. Oh my god. No luck this week. No streamer luck. Alright. Pity 66. That's a C5 Beto I'm at now. I'm gonna get everyone C6 before I find Sucrose. The bane of my existence. If Constellations would go past 6, I would have a C50 Sucrose. I liked Sucrose as a character until I pulled like 30 of her. Alright, you know what, let's do some individual pulls. This is 67? 68? No. 69. She's haunting me. She's the bane of my existence. Alright, and this is 70. Oh my god. No, you don't feel like soft pitying me? You're killing me. You know, because I'm going to be doing Albedo anyway. I might as well do the 10 pull. So this is going to bring me to 80. This is going to bring me to 80. And there we go. $50-50 now, because I believe my last pull was a success. So this is going to be a 50-50. Oh, God. Having a heart attack here. Alright, so Barbara is now C5, I think. It's going to be the last one, isn't it? There we go! 50-50. Hells yeah! We got it. We got her. Goddamn heart attack. All right. Love to see it. Love to see it. She came home. She knew we 80 pulled for her. She wasn't going to make us do any more. Thank you very much. All right. Love to see it. Now, before we go any further, I'm going to quickly... C3, C4, C5. Barbara, C4, C5, and Zhang Ling is C4. Not bad. Nice pull. Thank you. Alright, next we got our albedo pulls. Anything important? No, nothing important for me to do. So there's clearly only one place we can do albedo pulls. And that is... Wait a second, wrong one. Here we go. The only appropriate place to pull for albedo. Is a top dragon spine, but not just a top dragon spine, like a top dragon spine. Let us... I know we need some Archon luck here to help us
Ready
out
for a
too.
rehearsal? The campaign begins.
So we got some Archons to help us out.
Brace yourselves.
Thank you, Venti. You're a good boy. God. Almost there. I clearly took the long way around. That was an unnecessarily long route that I took there. Alright, and here we go. You know, let me actually hop up here.
Here we go.
Alright, give me one more second. Almost there.
Let's play.
Alright, thank you, Venti. You're a good boy. Alright, we are now in the most appropriate place. We are, of course, going to be pulling as Klee, the closest relative to albedo. Should also... forgot we got Sara. Kudra Sara. Alright, I mean, I don't mind that. I still think she has one of the coolest designs in the game when she has the wings out. And there she is. Alright, let us prepare for this. So, we have no pity. We just won our last 50-50, so this is not guaranteed. But will albedo come home? That is the question here. And I believe I'm going to get back-to-back right here. This is the gold. Back-to-back. on the next one is what I... I could use one more Beta, one more Barbara, two more Zhongli. Sacrificial Greatsword. Alright. Alright. Beto. That's C6 Beto. You know what? That's okay. We love to see it. Beto's done. Love to see it. That's something. That was 10, so this is 20 now. Barbara Zhongling. Barbara Zhongling. All weapons. Oh! Yanfei. Alright. I'm fine with that. I don't believe I have Yanfei C6. Do I? No. I'm fine with that. I'm getting a lot of non-banner pulls today. That's fine. Here we go. That was 20. So this is 30. Trash. Nothing. Ah, there she is. Alright, that's C5 Zhongling. Alright. Could use one more Barbara. One more Zhongling. Let's see what we got. And then once I get a Barbara and a Zhongling, I'm just going to be so close, Beto. Love you. You're one of my favorites. You are my old main. Don't quite need you right now. That was it. Okay. So it's just glitter now. Or stardust. There we go! 50 out of 50 pull. Okay. Here we go. 2 50/50s in a row at only 50 pity. Albedo came home. It's because we're a top Dragon Spy and we know where he is. We know where he lives. The Chalk Prince himself came in under budget. And we just C6 Barbara. That is what we love to see. And there we go. Thank you. Oh, man, I am over the moon right now. Very successful pulls. Hell yeah. Love to see it. Why not? While we're here, I have no idea what my pity is on this banner. It can't be great. 5, 10, 15, and 20, 25, 30, 35, 36, 37. So probably nothing's gonna happen here. But you know what? Never hurts. Let's just do a 10 pull on this banner while I'm feeling this. Holy crap! What is this luck? Hey! Thanari! Nice! Alright! And a Favonius Codex. You know what? That's it! We did it! We good! We now have a C1 Tighnari. I already maxed out Xingqiu a few weeks ago. You know, whatever luck I got left, it's all out to you. Oh man, that was on a 37. That was nothing. Love it. You love to see it. Oh. So let's check out Yanfei Constellation 1. I'm trying to remember it. That's awesome. Tainari. His charge attack crit rate is increased by 15%. Alright. I do prefer... I have been playing as Kale more. I mean, that's not bad. The pyro damage bonus, if I stack her with, like, Klee and... But that's C6 Barbara. That's not bad. I ain't hating on that because that auto-revives a party member if she just happens to be in my party. Fully restores the revived character 100%. That ain't bad. That's a free egg right there. Alright, now let's check out these two. Albedo and NILOU. The star of the Zubiar Theater, full of warmth and innocence, and her dances are lively and elegant. And Albedo, the genius known as the Kride Prince, the chief alchemist and captain of the investigation team. I am down. I love him. Like, I've been hearing so many theories about Albedo in recent days that I really love it. We know he's an artificial human. He was made by someone named Gold. And he's possible he was made in Conria 500 years ago. Like, all of that is nuts. I'm excited to see more of him. Let's just do the basics first. Get them... we got their free ascension materials for doing their trials.
Negrito is the first step in alchemy, drawing from primordial forms. As beings who live in this world,
of course. Geo
we
bonus
must find
goes
our own
from
meaning.
0.0 to 0.0. I'm glad they pointed that out for us. That's a huge improvement. Like, everything else clearly went up. I don't know why they showed us that the Geo bonus clearly does not go up. Should be able to ascend him again. Yeah, I probably can't ascend him past 50 just yet.
Albedo was the step in which change begins.
There you go. There's the
Clearing
Geo
away
bonus
the excess
increase.
so we can take on all the knowledge that is available. Would you...
I should also grab that. I do have enough to level it up one more time. First things first. Let's do NILOU, because I'm going to want to try her out. So I'm going to want her at a halfway decent level if I want to make this effective. Ooh, I shouldn't have leveled up some of my other characters earlier. I could probably level her up 2 or 3 more. Send her 2 or 3 more
I'm
times.
done warming up. I can do even better now.
Okay, there's her HB up. Let's see how much would it take to max her out. There we go. Now for Albedo. That's all of mine. It still doesn't get me there. And I don't think I have enough for... Yeah. Alright, let's throw any halfway decent weapon on her for now. I gotta get rid of some of these weapons. After triggering Bloom... I mean, this is not bad. This weapon specializes when it triggers Bloom, and she's a character built around triggering Bloom and Hyper Bloom. For maximum 10 seconds, we'll pick the Bloom red Elemental Mastery. The leaf can be generated every 20 seconds. Let's throw it on her for now. The essential materials copper talisman available yesterday, so I'll have to get that on Sunday. Alright, and switch for him, for the Chalk Prince himself. Again, I have to get rid of a lot of these weapons. I don't think I have any weapons that are truly great for him. I'll throw... Increases attack. Crit hits have a chance to generate small elemental particles. That increases crit rate, which is better than... I'll give him the black sword for now. Obviously, I'm going to have to find their artifact sets and everything. Any decent artifact sets for them. They can't do him at all. I can get her talents up to at least 1 each, right? Praxis. Let's level each of those up once. There we go. Alright, now let's go give these guys a try. Let's head to the desert. Now... Healer, let's replace Candace for now.
Where are we dancing today?
Let me check her specific talents. I didn't actually deploy the team, did I? So what does the team comp need to be for her to get these bonuses? When all characters in the party are Dendro or Hydro, and there's at least one Dendro character and one Hydro character. The completion of the third dance step of her dance, which is her skill, will grant all nearby characters the Golden Chalice's bounty for 30 seconds. Characters under that will have their elemental mastery increased by 100 whenever they're hit by Dendro attacks. And triggering Bloom will create bountiful cores. And the cores will have large bursts. Okay. That sounds solid. So let's try out NILOU first. And let's deploy Team Bloom and Onion. This team is a little underleveled, but whatever. Mushrooms. The perfect foe.
straight.
Rest and rebuild.
Yeah, those cores are big. Those explosions. Alright, let's try this again. Ready? Set. Go. 2, 3, completed. Yeah, those bloom bursts are bigger than normal. That's really cool. So just having her in your party sets that off. Alright, I'm on board with that. That seems like a fun moveset. It seems very specific and tailored to enemies that are weak to blue or
With all my strength.
since they're already that, it's just creating endless bloom effects. That's a cool way to use her. Alright. So if they're already dendroed, and I do that ability, that seems pretty fun. Let's go kill something else. I'm gonna go kill those guys. Excuse me, buddy. I'm just gonna grab this, boop. I think I have enough for Candace, but that should be fine. Alright, let's start by making them dendro.
Scatter. Here. This dance is for you.
Oh, there's someone else here? Hey, guy, what's up? So just getting to that third step, which only takes 3 hits, starts launching those water waves. So what does her moveset look like without that? It's pretty basic. So, alright, that's not bad. And then afterwards, it's similar, but now it launches on the third swing one of those water blades every time. Alright. Not the greatest range, Dancing Scorpion. And there they go. Immediately they start blooming and exploding. And they exploded so much faster, so it's an intense just bam, 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 bam. Okay. That's cool. It's Explorer team, that's Bloomin' Onion team. Let's replace Random Party.
A walk would.
Geodaddy?
Understood.
I don't know. I don't know what the optimal team comps are for
Let's make haste.
Albedo.
I will protect you.
So I'll throw him on a Geo team for now because I know he does an improved Geo. So I do not know the optimal team comp for Albedo. That is a flaw and a failing, I admit. there more? I thought everyone... Oh, under the character selection, they're new. I gotta just check them off. There you go, it's gone. Okay. So let's see. Alright, that's a solid chain. 3, 4, 5. That's a quick charge attack with a wide reach, it looks like. What's the range on this? If I launch it in air, where it just goes on the ground directly below it. And it goes again.
Give up.
I am just the most offended now. Alright, let's check his talents. Alright. 5 rapid strikes. Yep, here we go. Oh yeah, plunging. Okay. Abiogenesis Solar Isotoma. When he creates a solar isotoma using alchemy, deals AoE geo damage upon appearance. When opponents within the field take damage, it will generate AoE geo damage. It will generate blossoms that deal AoE. Dealing scales off Albedo's defense. Okay. So is it really worth boosting his defense? Because I have so many useless defense artifacts that... Man. When a character... Oh, blossoms can only be generated every 2 seconds. When a character is located at the locus of the isotoma, it will accumulate geopower and form a crystallized platform that lifts the character to a certain height. Once the crystallized platform can exist at a time, it's considered a geoconstruct. Only one isotoma created by Albedo can exist at a time. Hold to designate the location. Alright, and the rite of progeniture. Like progenesis? Okay. Tectonic Tide. Under Albedo's command, geocrystals surge and burst forth, dealing AoE geo damage in front of him. If an isotoma created by Albedo is on the field, 7 fatal blossoms will be generated, bursting violently to deal AoE geo. So I should never use his burst without his skill being on the field. Tectonic Tide damage and fatal blossom damage will not generate transient blossoms. Gotcha. Alright, let's find something to murder. Hello, sir.
Come into being!
Steady as stone, as a good knight should.
Alright.
Don't waste my time.
With the exception of Zhongli, all these characters are a little underleveled, but it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
Tricks up your solidify.
Because I see that they're dealing I see the bloom that are happening when I hit them with anything that deals Geo. Like right there. Alright, that's cool looking. I know there's some basic mobs up here. Not far from the entrance. What's the bonus he's giving to Geo? That's not bad. Regenerates energy, for specifically just for Albedo. Homuncular nature because he's a homunculus, an artificially created being. Where was his the geo damage bonus? Right here. 7.2%. Okay. It's not the highest yet, but it could potentially be pretty high if I get him up.
That's close
Happy
enough.
to oblige.
Come into being. Stabilize.
It's nothing. Leave it all to me. Yeah. How heartless.
I'm gonna wait and do that on the next mob. Spend his burst.
Solidify.
I must leave no stone unturned.
I'll be back.
It's fine. You're fine, my guy.
Come into being.
Okay. Let's go fight a big mob right over there. It's a big one. We'll drop the bloom right in the middle.
Another test subject.
Fry. Live.
Give up.
Witness my great undertaking.
Oh, that was cool.
I will have order.
It's still dealing geo damage because he's in the area. Where's... Oh, he's on the other side of there. What's up, my guy?
Burst forth.
Your life is mine. As a dutiful maid would.
All of these... There we go. There it is. Every 2 seconds, it deals increased geo damage. There it is.
Live. Tingle. Stabilize.
Dealing geo. Dope.
Picked the wrong test subject.
I clearly need a lot more work on him. But that seems pretty fun. And I love the look of him. His moves are so elegant.
Come into being.
Like, I love the idea of it just doing consistent geo damage even when I'm not doing anything. Like, I combine that with Zhongli's pillars. Does anyone else do consistent geo damage that I have? You know, let me go. Maybe Yunjin. I haven't really played a lot of Yunjin, and I don't yet have Ito or Goro. I wish I had Ito. Just seems like the most fun character. I love his vibe. Love Max Middleman, so. Yep. I got to see Max Middleman this past week at Comic-Con. It was really dope. Him and I saw Zach Aguilar, who voices the Ether, the male traveler.
Osmanthus.
Yeah, Osmanthus wine. It's great. Let's deploy Bloomin' Onion for now.
Yeah.
I love that. Her flourish, as soon as she's done, it ends and she goes into like a dance. She's a really elegant looking character, and I really like that. I also kind of like, listen to that. Kind of like jingles when she moves because she's covered in so much jewelry. Right? Yeah, you don't really hear that with any other character. But her, you hear a very slight jingling. I like that. That's really cool. That's just a tiny feature that they 100% did not need to include. Alright, let's check out some, while we're here. Let's check out, that's a Sumeru Rose. That's a Rose. I will stop for Potty Sorrows. Alright, so, you know, while we're here, and because I have truly so many backed up stories, I mean, I do want to do dual evidence, because it's supposedly checking back in on Jet. There she is. It's cool to get to see more of her.
It's nice to see you again. Oh, hey there, traveler in Paimon. Are you here for some shopping too?
That's right.
Although there were a few hiccups here and there, the Sub-Zerus Festival turned out to be a grand success. And so, the theater wants to host a celebration event.
But did they...
Do you two want to come? It'll be a really fun time.
Did the Sub-Zerus... Hold on. Did the Sub-Zerus Festival turn out great? I remember we were trapped in the Samsara, the dream loop. And it ended with the dream of the Sub-Zerus Festival happening, and Dunyarzad saw that dream. So did the actual Sub-Zerus Festival happen? Or does everyone just remember the dream of it happening? That's an odd one. I actually am not sure about that. That's a really weird one.
It's something
Let's
like
move
a
on.
tradition of ours. Whenever we wrap an important performance, we'll get together and unwind. Rehearsals are exhausting. If you keep your nose to the grindstone, you're going to wipe yourself out sooner or later. Mr. Zubair, our manager, always says that celebrations aren't just for fun, but that they should also be occasions for reflection and review. But no one remembers that once the celebration starts. It's not like he can't also have some fun himself.
Yeah, you go to a party to
We've been to a
party.
lot of festivals during our adventure. Will your celebration also have lots of yummy food and drinks? Of course. We always do lots of eating, toast.
So
we'll
it's a
need to bring
post-party
present.
party. Gotcha. Into a gift box you go, Paimon.
Paimon's gonna put you in a box first! It's fine. No need. You can come, present or not. The gift exchange is just to make the
Nah,
celebration.
you gotta bring a
You two
gift.
Being there would be the best gift of all.
Speaking of,
It'll
since
also
we
be a
last
good
met
time
her
to
in her
introduce you to the
dream,
rest of the theater.
many more things have happened.
Is something up?
So yeah, that confirms it. The last time we met her was in the dream of the Sub-Zeros. A pity Junior Zod couldn't also be here.
But for now, it's more important for her to rest and recover. I tried to visit her, but I got turned away at the door. The people there wouldn't listen to a single word I said. All I could do was to leave a letter encouraging her to get some rest and
Well,
keep her
she's fully
spirits up.
comatose, right?
She'll be better soon.
Isn't that what
And
Nahida
then
told
we can
us?
celebrate together at the theater.
It's all thanks to you and NILOU that we managed to save Dunyarzad.
I just don't want her to have any... She also helped us out
You're
a lot.
way too modest. Just now, I actually felt really self-conscious when Paimon talked about us compared to you. I really didn't do much at all.
I agree. We worked our ass off. We explored the dream realm and got separated from reality multiple times. You experienced it once. That's all you remember. I remember multiple times.
Anyway, all that aside, are you thinking about coming to our event?
Not to diminish your dance. Your dance was dope. That was a beautiful cutscene. I think the Traveler put in just a little more effort, though, you know?
All right, then let's head to the theater. Wait, I completely forgot about this pile of stuff.
Whoa, did you buy them?
Just one box. The rest were given to me.
That's way too many freebies.
All I know is that whenever I start chatting with people, my hands would get more and more full until I can't hold everything anymore. I was planning on making
people
a
just
few
give
trips to
her
bring everything
gifts.
back before continuing on with my shopping.
So this isn't even all of it?
Let me help.
Are you sure?
Of course. Carrying stuff is a piece of cake for her.
I'm so sorry to trouble you like this. I meant to invite you to our celebration. Well, let's hurry up and grab the last few things.
Lotos Somno Chapter Act 1 to the Wise. He's Sheikh Zubiar at Zubiar Theater. We should know him. Alright, and on the stage... I love, like, the little leg kick, like, the kick up she does at the very end of that.
It works as on the stage. One must act with gumption.
With all my strength.
Her moves are very pointed. Look at them. Yeah, they flow in a very interesting way that I really like. See, I feel like all of these, like, the Traveler's moves are very deliberate and battle-ready. Kokomi's a summoner, so her moves are more elegant as well and floaty. Kale's are clumsy to really communicate her character. I feel like the dance moves really communicates that. That's a really beautiful set of moves. Alright. There you go, Jut.
Oh! Well, if it isn't NILOU!
Greetings, Mr. Jute. Do you still have any food that's ready to go?
Of course I do! I've heard that Zubair Theater is hosting a celebration event. Although, it looks like you're gonna need 2 more portions.
Please allow me to introduce them. This is the Traveler, a very experienced adventurer. And this is Paimon, her super reliable guide and helper.
No. Paimon is... hold on. She got it completely right.
Oh?
Look, Traveler! She introduced Paimon correctly!
Good for you, Paimon. She introduced you as you are.
Don't underestimate NILOU. She always remembers every last little detail about everyone.
It
even
still
if it sounds
shocks me to
completely
this
trivial.
day. In this world full of people that dress oddly, understandable. Paimon doesn't freak anyone out. They're like, hey, we know about visions, we know about gods and archons and magic. This tiny flying baby with white hair? Whatever. All normal.
She's also very brave. Just a little while ago, she saved my precious spices from the jaws of a sumpter beast.
Don't think anything of it. I just help out when I can. Anyway, sorry to get off topic.
I was joking. Oh, that reminds me.
Okay.
It seems that these friends of yours aren't from here. Have they ever tried any delicious tachin?
Sounds familiar.
What a fantastic idea! Tachin is a mixture of rice
I
and
haven't,
meat that's baked
because
into a cake-like shape.
Tachin
Mr. Jute adds special
is unlocked
spices
through the
into his.
Sumeru reputation, and I'm still finishing up Inazuma's reputation. So, not yet. I do not have the ability to make Tachin,
Its aroma is just so
which is 100% going to be
delicious.
NILOU's
If
specialty.
you ever see kids crowding all around Mr. Jute's place,
But is it really just for the kids? Don't you often follow them in too?
I just can't help myself.
We're
Aw.
2 peas in a pod. Who doesn't enjoy some good food?
Wait here. I'll bring some over.
Thanks, Jude. You enjoy some piping hot Tachin.
Whoa, what a dish! It's sweet and sour and full of deliciousness! Paimon can't eat it fast!
No matter how many times I eat it,
I wouldn't have offered it as a treat
Okay.
if I baked a lot just now.
you made so much.
It was nothing. Making 1 serving or 100 servings is all the same to me.
We should pay at least.
Don't worry about it. What kind of person would I be if I made you pay for a treat?
A businessman, a
You
spice
got
merchant.
everything.
It's your job.
Feel free to come back anytime.
I mean, it's very kind of you, but you're bad at your job objectively.
I don't understand how you got so many things.
People just give stuff to her.
Everyone has their own way with words, and it's really hard to say no.
Afshin.
NILOU, good timing. If you took any longer, the sumpter beasts might have gobbled them up.
You and your jokes. Sumpter beasts won't eat those kinds of things, Mr. Afshin.
Jude said that some sumpter beasts ate his spices.
Oh, yeah, really sorry.
Trying to pull anything out of a sumpter beast's mouth is like playing a game of tug-of-war.
So they really do eat anything, huh?
The one thing that Paimon has in common with Sumpter Beasts.
What's that supposed to mean?
Come now. You know, sumpter beasts sometimes
I know some
eat
people
not
complain
because
about
they're
Paimon. I
hungry,
think
but
Paimon's
because they like
dialogue
gnawing
in
on things.
Sumeru has been so hilarious and on point. It's been top tier.
The textiles you ordered are highly durable and woven from the finest thread. So even if a sumpter beast got snacky, it'd still have to chomp on it for a full day.
You've tested this before?
But of course! How else could I be so trustworthy? I wouldn't dare experiment with such a precious product.
True. It does sound like some good fabric.
Ho ho! Have I piqued your interest?
Ooh, that's a pretty good discount. What do you think, Traveler?
What would we do with 2 bolts of fabric, Paimon?
No thanks, Mr. Afshin. You can't use that kind of tactic.
Tactic?
I wouldn't go that far. It's just that Mr. Afshin is really good at spinning stories. Mr. Zubair gave me a huge lecture the last time I bought too many things.
Vendors shouldn't use manipulative tactics. They absolutely should. That's how they make money.
Come on, don't look
You don't
at me like
scam
that.
people, but
All
like...
she got was a talking to from Zubair, while I was nearly fed head first to the sumpter beast. My philosophy is that stories give value to merchandise.
I don't
That's
disagree.
why my business started with such a boom. Our NILOU here is an extraordinarily good listener. Back then, she believed anything I said. After a while, I began to feel guilty selling things to her because of how happy she looked. Though she enjoyed the stories, and I the Mora. Anyway, since then, I've come to realize 2 things. 1, that stories should just be a means.
More to a business selling goods.
It's
There you
okay.
go.
We're all friends now.
That reminds me. Some of the goods from they're fine for general use, but my customers have... NILOU, why don't you take them?
Huh?
These
No,
are
no, I
trash.
can't
My
do
regulars
that.
won't love them. NILOU, take this garbage.
Just
For
think
free,
of it
though.
as a favor for me. It costs me Mora to store or ship, so I'm just losing money.
Even so, let me buy them at Market Value.
Nah, these goods are hard movers. Besides, if I let you pay, just take them. If you really feel that bad about it, give. Oh, yeah, you should also take some
She
while you're
can't
at it.
even give away
Adventurers
Mora.
are always in need of materials, right?
Wow,
Hurry and take it.
There's still one more store. Are you all right holding on to that much stuff?
Items that NILOU bought from Zubar, apart from materials for props, they fall under daily use. They just keep giving her stuff. I love it.
Paimon, why don't you lend a hand? She must be tired.
About time, NILOU. Farhad here was snooping around your prop.
Please, I was only looking at them to get a better idea of what your new show may be about.
Wouldn't spoiling yourself just ruin all the fun?
Yeah.
This guy's ripped. Look at this guy.
Official
These two look familiar. Ah, weren't they at the Sub-Zerus festival?
Yeah, and they're coming to today's
Technically,
celebration
no.
too.
Oh, the more folks, the merrier. I was actually just talking to Farhad about also stopping by tonight.
Oh yes, please do. I'm sure Miss Raykar and Miss Nadja would also love to have a chat.
We even prepared a small gift. I really think we should wear some of these to give the event a more celebratory feel.
Ah!
Farhad did most of the work. What a surprise.
That is pretty surprising.
Hey, why can't I have a little side hobby? I worked really hard on that.
Ugh.
I know. I watched you make it. I wasn't making fun of you. All right. Why don't you also try some on?
I might
We've
even
got some reeds in your size.
Yeah, sorry. My downstairs neighbor have a really yippy dog. I love dogs. For the life of me, there's one dog I hate. I love all dogs except one, the one who lives directly below me. Because my neighbors just let him yip and howl all hours. One day he was yipping until 3 a.m. And they're home. I've gone down and spoken to them. When they're home, when he's howling, they just tune him out. And I'm like, train your dog. It's understandable if he's doing it when you're not home. It's kind of annoying, but understanding when you are home. But it's 9 o'clock on a Friday, so it's very plausible or not. There we go. You know what? It actually looks pretty good on NILOU and the Traveler and Lamine.
They're so pretty! Is there one that Paimon can wear?
Unfortunately, we already gave out all the child-sized ones. I wasn't expecting the theater to invite such a fascinating guest.
Fascinating? Huh. That sounds kind of weird, but...
Oh, you all sure got a lot of stuff there.
Paimon keeps
Let
getting
me help
shafted.
you carry some.
We did, not long ago, I was catching up on the Inazuma, and I think it was Ayaka's side quest, Ayaka's story, and Paimon, and the Traveler and Ayaka both got masks, and Paimon didn't get one. They gave Paimon a leaf, but they didn't even put the leaf on her head.
I'm a porter
They just
by
don't want to
trade,
update
so
Paimon's
this is
character
what I'm
model.
best at.
That'd be great! Please and thank you.
You know, it's probably because she's moving so much. That would be my guess.
But we have a pro now!
These guys are keeping fairly stationary with
Thanks
them.
for the help, Mr. Farhad.
No, she's moving
But
a
let
little
me
bit.
make one thing clear first. Otherwise,
And he's
I might
moving.
be able to hold
I don't
back
know why they
Mr.
wouldn't
Zubair
give it to
this time.
Paimon.
Shut it. Fine. It's not like I want, including Hushang's things, though. We'll each need to carry a box if we...
Paimon looks like she doesn't want to, so I'll carry a little extra. Strength and balance are both really important for a dancer.
No, let Paimon. Paimon will help carry things. The Traveler's right. Paimon shouldn't freeload.
There you go. Paimon learned her lesson after 2.5 years.
Paimon can't fly anymore.
Are you okay, Paimon?
Paimon's good to keep going. But Paimon now understands when people say there's no such thing as a free lunch.
Oh, that sure was a lot of stuff.
Oh, Paimon.
Oh, Looking forward to the event later.
Thank you, Mr.
Just the
Farhad.
sweetest.
Thank you, Sumpter Man.
Thank you, Paimon.
Paimon's definitely going to eat it all back later.
All right, I'll leave you all to it.
See ya. Good thing we had Mr. Farhad with us, or else that would have taken way longer.
Is everyone always this friendly?
Of course. We're all like neighbors.
With this many freebies being thrown at you, you probably don't need to work.
I mean, like, I'm saying.
I felt so guilty at first. Later on, I realized that it's actually like what Mr. Afshin said. By taking the freebies, I was helping everyone out and saving them money.
That's a interesting way of looking at.
When you order the wrong item or make too much of something, sometimes the best way to maximize the value of those goods is to give them away.
In those specific instances, yes.
That's why there's
but,
no
like,
need to stress over the freebies.
How frequent
All
are
of us repay
those?
others by helping them when they need it.
Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense.
This has become our norm, and no one keeps track of the back and forth, so really, don't worry about it. All right, I have to bring all this to Mr. Zubair. Feel free to hang out here for a bit. Nope. You two
Gotcha.
are our guests, so please, just relax and look forward to the celebration.
Wow, the atmosphere here is so nice. Let's take a break and immerse ourselves in...
Hey there. I saw you two helping NILOU. Are you two also here for the celebration?
You got it!
My name is Raykar.
Raykar.
Nadja and I are this theater's prop engineer. The little ones causing a ruckus are my children. They always get really excited every time
Adorable.
Yes, they are. There's good work here, the pay's always on time, and I'm quite content with this.
Do you mean your life wasn't nearly as good before?
Paimon,
It's all
rude.
right. It's all water under the bridge. My husband and I were both adventurers, but he passed away from an accident.
F.
Material struggles can always be overcome, but ever since then, I haven't been able to spend much of my energy on anything else. But I still consider myself lucky.
Sorry for bringing up...
Oh, it's all right. Once the event starts, you'll be able to see for yourself.
Alright. Ignoring y'all. Kasani.
There!
Doesn't look too bright.
Hey! Talk about judging...
You, on the other hand... How would you describe the concept of art? Mere
Art?
curiosity is all.
Art
It
is an
makes
explosion.
no difference whether you answer or not. So that unremarkable...
Tangible
Better than an
manifestation of
average
human
person's thoughts,
sentiment.
but nothing exceptional. Is art a product that we create and bring forth? Or is it a naturally existing resource? I, for one, believe it to be the latter.
Paimon
But
follow.
isn't art highly subjective, and art is the value that we give to the art?
I've been staying here for a long time. On occasion,
Can art
I'd
exist in
assist
a
them
vacuum?
in penning lines of dialogue, but most of my time I just stand back and watch. I prefer to abstain from writing as it spoils the viewing experience.
Or is it the act of being observed that gives it its value?
The existence of the theater, of NILOU, and of humanity itself. All of these can be considered as forms of art. It is not some intangible construct beyond the horizon.
How does that have anything to do with us?
I agree,
Let me
Paimon.
ask you this. What do you think is the meaning of art? I sub to chance upon a spark of inspiration. I have been closely observing you, the players on the stage, and
Again,
those
I think it's
watching
subjective. I
in the
think art
audience.
has the meaning of the meaning that we give to it.
Art is already all around us.
Hello.
What? Who are you? You can't just go on the stage as you please. Ah, I see. I'm just, making a prop.
Is that embroidery?
No. Well, yeah, it's just, sorry. I really do need to focus and start working on it.
Sorry to bother you.
Oddball. Oh well, it's none of our business.
That's gonna come back and be important.
Who's back? Let's meet up
The
with
sad
her. Totally
juggler.
about to...
It's finally over. Oh, sorry. I was just letting off some Prop check complete. All that's left is to discuss some dates with... Oh yeah, Farhad is cap...
Sorry for the wait. I'll call everyone over.
Let us give you a hand.
Thank...
Everyone gathers together, the event starts.
Maybe we really should have prepared a gift. Then we could all... As it is, all we can do...
Maybe we I didn't do that great of a job. And
Oh, don't think like that. And besides, you've never attended a celebration.
I'm still...
There's nothing to be worried about. There aren't any scary people.
Right.
Here's Paimon. Was that...
Huh. Alright. Maybe this will help. Everyone, over here! Inaya has something great to tell you.
I know you're
all.
nervous. Here's something great. I'm gonna put you on the spot with no notice.
Wait! I've already said that I'm not ready.
Take it easy and relax. Deep breath, in and out. If you don't say anything, then all the heart...
Using it as a gift, though?
So when Inaya was talking about making a prop, she was actually preparing a prop.
Not good at expressing herself.
It feels like she still doesn't really see, but it looks like NILOU's trying to ease her through.
Actually, Inaya had prepared a special present for everyone before the celebration kicked off.
We're gonna get our first present for Missy Night!
Pipe down! The louder you all are, the more nervous she'll become. You've worked on it for so long.
How dare you children show joy?
You've got this!
Is Mr. Zubair here? Sheikh Zubair, this is an urgent notice from the Academia.
Sharif.
This celebration, or whatever it is...
What a condescending guy!
Everyone follows Sheikh Zubair to the space
Since
below.
Zubair Theater has long violated the Academia's policies and orders, we have decided to demolish it. As
My
its
God,
manager,
what?
you must halt all operations and dismiss all staff members within 30 days, after which you will report to the Academia for further punishment.
Why?
Little girl, this is not the first time you've been issued a warning.
I didn't hear anything about demolition the last time I asked. And now I suddenly only have 30 days? We have more shows planned, but it's impossible to do anything in just 30 days.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to explain this to my customers and staff?
That issue is of no concern. You seem to understand the situation quite clearly. Perhaps you can reflect on the reasons why you have failed to prepare for the scenario in advance.
Demolition?
What?
Why
Hey,
do they want to demolish this
How
place?
come you didn't know I was going to surprise you with a demolition order?
The Academia has never liked us, and they've never respected our work.
Yep.
To them, what we do is all a waste. This isn't the first time they've come by. They had asked us several times in the past to improve the quality of our performances by only putting on shows they consider to be sufficiently intellectual. But our audience isn't the Academia. If our shows are too difficult to understand or too removed from everyday life, nobody would watch. Changing our content would not only mean turning our backs on our vision, it would also directly lead to the
theater
loss
gets
of our
demolished, many people will be
livelihoods.
displaced.
Yeah, the theater is very important to each. But I also...
I do not wish to explain everything again from the beginning.
But none of us plan to accept this. Such an abrupt notice is contrary to established policy.
Ask whoever you will. The answer will remain the same.
Enough! Does your audacity know no limits, Father?
Oh, damn.
Huh? Father? Their family?
What's Academia? This is all because you don't like Zubair Theater. You're just using the Academia's name to threaten us.
Good job,
Let
Inaya.
me tell you, even if you met, you've always been awful. But even I never thought my father...
This is strictly business, or what you think. I hope you all have not been irrevocably blinded. Wrap everything up, and make preparations to shut down at once.
Ah. Why is he always like that?
This is quite the misfortune, but there's nothing we can do. That's it for today, everyone. Let's clean up. I'll go talk to them again tomorrow.
All right.
Is this place...
No!
Oh, shh, don't cry.
carefree warmth of summer will always give away to the bleak futility of winter. Man is even more fickle than the seasons.
Alright, my guy. Take a pill.
Sorry. My father is always like that.
This person's mic quality sounds
Sorry.
different.
My father is always like that.
Sounds a little more echoey.
The carefree warmth of summer. Man.
Just a little louder and a little more echoey.
Why couldn't he just have a good faith discussion with us?
Well, if there really was, then we wouldn't be in this predicament.
I have to...
This just came out of no...
Beats me. Everyone else must also be it.
Sorry. I invite...
There's no need to apologize, NILOU. No one could have seen this coming. Is what that guy said true?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Knowledge is king in Sumeria, and their pursuit of it leaves no room for the arts.
Ah. Just like the American education system.
But if that's all it is, there's also no reason to go so far as to demolish
Got
the
'em.
theater. After Inaya ran away
I could say
from
that. I worked
home,
in a school.
I brought her here to Zubair Theater.
For 7 years, I could say it.
She really talks about her family. I never expected it to blow up like this.
If you did nothing wrong, then there's no reason to listen to the academia. Who cares? Let's just take him in a fight.
Yes, I agree, Paimon. I agree. We won't always be here.
I'll try to think of something. We can't just let what to do.
Can you pretend to shut down, but secretly continue to... Or we could go through a list of
Underground.
customers and try to see if anyone in there might be willing to help out.
I think a scholar once told me
that
that
also
differences
doesn't
can be
sound
settled
like
through
it'll work.
debate.
A debate? Huh. Well,
We just need to
scholars
prove
do
the
love...
existence of the theater's
If
value.
we can prove to Inaya's father that the academia's position doesn't hold water...
I see. It's a good idea.
It's me, isn't it?
Me?
Ah, it's
No.
NILOU.
I'm the literal worst at argument. I can't debate.
Debates are an argument. You debate to prove that you're right.
NILOU, you are only so stressed out right now because you care so much about protecting the theater.
The most passionate and beautiful way to win an argument. Through rigorous debate.
This theater holds a special meaning in all of our hearts, but I just don't know. Can I really take on such a huge responsibility?
Paimon will help too.
Thanks, you two. All right. Even though I may fail,
That's our NILOU.
Okay, let's hit.
I'll admit, when I started her character story, I did not expect, hey guys, we're gonna stop the theater's destruction through rigorous debate. I'll be real, not where I thought this was gonna go.
Trying to best the academia in a debate is attempting the impossible. If you really want to try, I won't stop.
I don't think it's entirely hopeless. To Sharif, NILOU's approach will come off as naive, but that kind of frankness is exactly what they lack the most. Things might turn out different.
I am in favor of such a romantic feat.
Romantic.
No playwright will turn down a compelling underdog story.
Sure, in fiction,
compelling
but I'm
underdog
not
story.
sure how well that will translate to reality. I'm not saying that I don't support you, NILOU. Anything is better than just standing aside.
I'm also pitching in.
Thank you, everyone. I feel
Not to rain on your parade, but my father is a real hard guy to deal with. He's erudite, meticulous, demanding, and exceedingly familiar with rigorous logic. You all already knew that. But when all's said and done, aren't you hurting her just the same?
That's enough, Inaya!
Sorry.
Everyone
I
must
just can't
handle her
force
with kid
myself
gloves.
to expect a positive outcome. Neil,
Nothing is impossible.
Way too early.
You're right, Inaya. We're up against the academia. Everyone, but I still want to try. And it's not just me. I think, say what's on your mind. I mean,
I understand.
Then, could I trouble you to tell your father you can still get in touch with your family?
Yes.
Then, please help us pass on my request. But since we've decided on a debate, I'll do my... I, by myself, definitely don't have enough wisdom to beat your father.
Right.
But the entire theater
right,
combined.
Miss NILOU.
Beat the bad guy.
Make him eat dirt! You too. We aren't getting into a fight, but thank you for your encouragement.
But I mean, like, hey, let's make this guy eat dirt.
Well said back there. Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in! Is this level okay? Can you hear Paimon?
Alright. Could have done that before. That's 30 more primos. Still only need one more teleport point. Don't know where it is. See, I like how this is called the Gilded Desert Series 1. Obviously makes me believe there's going to be a Series 2 for the Gilded Desert. I believe that's going to be the next expansion in terms of land. And I kept this because I thought it was just too interesting. Defeat an activated Jade Plume Terror Shroom while it's unleashing a powerful skill. But the name of it? Nanomachines, son. What? What? Why? Why is it called Nanomachines, son? I kept just to point that out. Like, what? Get the collected thoughts of the theater
I thought that I might have said a bit too much.
Raycar's cool.
I didn't expect you all to challenge the academia. That reminded me of my younger years. Back then, I feared nothing and no one, and I was always charging into the most dangerous of places. I can't do things like that anymore, but...
Sorry. If the theater really ends up getting demolished, then you, Soren, and Abby will all...
It's all right. There's no... Have faith in the resilience of an adventurer.
I agree.
But won't you have regrets if things just come to an abrupt end?
Ah, so that's... Relax. I've had a lot of experience with regret. Look at us now. Soren and Abby are happy. He was thrilled because he can soon perform on the same stage as you. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for our past struggles.
Are you trying to make us feel better?
Yes, but I truly do mean what I say.
Alright.
The most important, I can choose to... Similarly, good and bad are all human-made concepts.
You have a point.
NILOU, you don't have to be so nervous.
Thank you, Miss...
No need to thank me. If anything, you inspire...
You're too... Alright, I gotta...
Okay.
Inaya was right. It's true that I couldn't bear... It wasn't out of pity, or after all. NILOU was the one who... I'd be a terrible person if I spoke back. She knows better than...
My guy.
Doesn't really want to talk to him.
So, you've already developed some prejudices against me. And to think, I was just about to put forward a suggestion.
Oh, Paimon will listen to that.
Although, I know not if you have a new answer to my previous question.
The voice is kind of reminding me of
seems like an appropriate
Hunter x Hunter.
time to revisit it.
Of Hisoka. Although I know you have a new answer to my previous question.
What do you think?
What do you think is the meaning of art?
Oh, this again?
We probably do need to tackle this question. I don't know how to explain it. But all I know is that when my performance makes the audience happy, does that count as...
You answered him so serious.
No. NILOU's answer far surpasses yours.
Far surpasses yours.
It is close to my own.
Also, we got, and speaking of Hunter x Hunter, we got an update. Hunter x Hunter is coming back.
Comes not from its creators, but from its audience.
So excited. New chapters haven't dropped in over 2 years.
In other words,
we've been stuck on that boat for
that
2 years on the way to the Dark Continent.
Others will impart its essence. This is something that the academia can never understand.
Seem to have many stories
I
of your
once
own.
pursued the mastery of art, much like how a researcher would chase wisdom and knowledge. However, the more of a connoisseur I became, the less I felt I understood. I began to question what it truly meant for art to be understood at all. I found that I could comprehend even the most complex and sophisticated of works. And yet somehow, that provided me with little solace. I remained even perplexed about this conundrum until I visited this theater and watched one of NILOU's performances.
It was that life.
Everyone here had a joyous part in the overall experience. The actors upon the stage, in all honesty, from a purely...
Hey!
But
You were all
what bewildered
average.
me was how, despite the performance's middling quality, I realized then that I had walked the wrong... I left the so-called frontiers of artistic research. Art will no longer be a castle in the sky. If art cannot accomplish...
When you put it that, Mr. Zubair and I refused to follow the academy. To put it simply, we were afraid that our shows would lose their meaning if people couldn't understand them.
I once stood in the spotlight, but I relinquished fame and acclaim for the freedom. I care not for where my feet may take me next. But NILOU, you need to remember one thing. You already stand upon the finest stage there is, and you cannot give it up.
I understand.
Dust the cobwebs away.
Dope can do.
You really seem to care a lot about the theater.
Once you get to know him, you'll realize...
This is gonna be number 3.
Mr. Zubair, we're trying...
It won't be difficult to explain our position. I have meticulously managed this theater's affairs for years, and I have abided by every procedure. I did all of that to protect ourselves if something like this were to occur. I didn't expect them to disregard the... Yes, I know. But anyone who's staying at the theater is one of us. If I can't even protect the members of the theater from outside... In summary, you need sufficient confidence and strict adherence to the rules. At least as long as you double down on that point and
All right?
I've seen... While you prepare for the debate, I will also prepare the once you're done chatting.
Do we really have...
Right now, no one's in the right frame of mind to perform. NILOU, you are incredible. With your talent and youth, you had the least to lose out of all of us.
I've never thought about leaving your theater, Mr. Zubair. I truly love this place. I also want to keep dancing with everyone else.
You're becoming more and more... Do your best.
Like who? More and more like who?
My teacher. She was an excellent dancer, but she's retired now. If we have time later, I'd be happy to tell you more about her.
Hey guys. Shoot. Afshin.
You're here.
Farad.
Is the theater actually closing?
Other guy.
He's been worried sick for a while now. He wouldn't stop talking the whole way back.
Hey!
What exactly happened?
Yes. He told us that we have to shut down the theater within 30 days.
What the heck? That came with no warning.
They're messing with us again.
Don't tell me you'll have to listen to...
Come on. You know the answer to that.
Yeah, it is.
There's no need to worry, though. If I win, we might be able...
Really? Master...
Mine too. So what was their excuse?
Yeah, something like that.
Good thing they have the power to make rash decisions about things they don't even understand.
Yeah, they need to touch more grass, not books.
Did you just tell him to go touch grass? I may not be the most active member of the Genshin community, but even I've picked up on that. That's incredible!
Exactly. They want to look down on us.
Oh, God.
We'll look down on them first.
Yes, the sages need to go touch grass.
Don't worry. Everyone here has your back.
Get out of your little
The Academia's
apartment,
won't get
stop
them any
playing
praise.
games, and go touch grass. Stop spending all your money on... Never mind, that's...
Right. They
That's
might
me.
think that some forms of knowledge are more valuable than others, but everyone can equally appreciate art. If they don't believe that, send them my way.
Maybe you can prepare some questions on the details of dance performance to make things harder for them at the debate.
Sounds like...
Ignore him. He's no matter what, we will always support you.
God, that guy's got some meaty mitts. Look at that. Damn! That is the size of his entire chest? That's like... Damn.
Thank you all so much.
There are always more solutions than problems. If you...
Gotta show them who has the people's support.
I feel like the pieces are starting to fall into place. Let's head back to the theater and organize our thoughts. Abby? Have you seen Miss Inaya?
No, Miss NILOU. Miss Inaya isn't back yet.
She's clearly the person who we need the most help from.
Wasn't she just passing on a message?
Traveler, Paimon, I think I've messed up, but if Inaya never planned to— What?
Explain.
It's just a gut feeling, but—
Trade herself for
knowing
the theater?
her, she probably feels like— she probably thinks that all of this happened.
Oh, right. As soon as her father showed up, she said that her father was
She has a long-standing conflict. She doesn't think that we can win the debate. And she doesn't
So
want to
even
implicate
after
us.
we decided to go for the debate, she
thought leaving
said
was the best thing
couldn't
to
bring
do.
herself to support it.
And then she just quietly left afterward.
No one should bear all the blame.
Exactly. She's being anyway, first things first.
But where should we start?
I think I might know. Before I brought her to Zubair Theater, she was staying at a remote campsite. She got a fever from drinking unclean water. If she has nowhere else to go,
I
after
mean, maybe
leaving
she
the
doesn't
theater,
deserve to be a scholar,
she
then.
might go back and strike out on her own again.
And let's go take a look.
Yes, let's.
Even I know you shouldn't drink unclean water. You need some form of filtration. I'm sorry. I don't have a lot of wings yet, but clearly hold up the most important thing. That's not bad. That does match her a little bit. That's probably the best. That's not bad. Yeah, I think the PlayStation Network one. Although the concealing snow one is not bad for her, actually. Let's do that. That's clearly the most important. Yeah, that actually the dark wingtips match the back of her skirt. The white matches the rest of her. Yeah, I dig it.
Positions. Yeah.
That was cool. When I saw it, do I use it? Her hand was glowing?
Here.
Yeah, look at that. Okay, her hand glows whenever I'm in the mode. Hey, bud. Where'd you go, dog?
With all my strength.
So if I switch out and switch back into her, the skill disappears. That's good to know. That is good to know. I should be aware of that. There's a bomb there. Is this where she was camped, right outside of a village? Then why didn't she just go to the village again? Makes me think maybe this girl is exactly where she should be. She should not be a scholar. Dang them bloom. Ah! What? Where? When? What? Where did you come from? They just friggin' ambushed me. Okay, so this is her camp. My guy. Village. Right there. Look at it. It is... Hold on. No, this is important. This is important. From the entrance to the village, right here. It is less than 100 meters. What the actual hell?
There are signs that someone had stayed here very recently.
But we can't confirm if it was Inaya or not. Let's take a look around. Did you hear that?
I heard it too. Let's investigate.
She fighting a tiger? Or a spinodile, whatever they're called.
Sounds like we're getting closer. The voice is coming from over there.
Yes, we're almost there.
Stay back!
It's Inaya! She's being attacked by wild animals!
Inaya, don't be scared! We're coming to help!
Pipe this on for size!
Dance with the waves! All my strength!
There we go.
Thank you. There weren't so many big animals in this area before. Sorry. I'm causing trouble for you again.
Why did you leave by yourself? You really don't think we have a chance at winning?
No. I just thought it would take too much effort. Everything happened because of me.
Yeah! Everyone's working together towards that.
It's all right if it's me. You guys are the kindest people I've ever met.
Listen to me. Even if you were the reason that all of this happened, no one would blame you. Mr. Zubair said that you're one of us, so that means we will protect you.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what happens, we'll stand as one.
NILOU.
Stand as one.
There will always be a victim. You can't win a debate against the academia. My father is an extremely demanding man. He's always wanted me to become an exceptional researcher and his academic successor.
I mean, maybe you could become a researcher, but when it comes to strict logic, no.
I tried my best.
Less than
to meet his
100 feet from a village,
and
in an
did
area
everything
surrounded by
I
animals.
could.
Drank
But he still
dirty
wasn't
water.
satisfied. I'm no genius. But whenever he berated me, it was always, yeah, like I'd know.
So that's why you ran away from...
At first,
Most people ain't geniuses.
I thought the father
cool with
would
it.
slowly come to terms with reality. For one exam, I earned the third highest score. I
Cool.
thought that all my hard work had finally paid off. I even used the embroidery skills I learned. I thought, even this daughter.
I see. When we were embroidering your...
Yeah. Sorry. I was tired of him yelling at but he was more angry than ever before once I'd given him my embroidery and told him my score. You think you should be proud of third place? Reflect on why you weren't first.
If you ain't first, you're last, Ricky.
I forgot how long I'd cried for. I only remember my parents arguing. They argued for such a long time. I've completely given up. We're tested. I don't think you can beat him in a debate. Because he can never understand the relationship performers have with their audience. His life is devoid of camaraderie or friendship. He just wants everything to happen according to his wishes. What we cherish, our little place in this world, means nothing to him.
It sounds like you're past it.
I understand now, but when we were preparing for the debate, I heard something quite wild.
Art must first be appreciated by others to confer value.
The most important thing about an experience is how you choose to interpret it.
Mr. Zubair has been meticulously managing the theater. Everyone is free to appreciate art. No form of art is inherently superior.
I kind of like that one.
Everyone is free to appreciate... No, there should...
The most important thing about an experience...
Miss Raykar has gone through a lot in her life, but she told us that she's very happy to live at the theater now. Although she ran into misfortune, she told me that the most important thing about an experience is how you choose to interpret it.
Interpret it?
I can sympathize with your unhappiness at home. Those unhappy experiences allowed you to really cherish your bonds with everyone. Don't let your past suffering keep you from the new life that you've worked so hard to find.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let the past stay in the past.
For real. New beginning.
When I ran away from home, But you're right.
Maybe you'll disappoint him, but that doesn't matter. Don't let go of the answer you worked so hard to find.
That's right. If we put our...
You're right. I'm not trying to meet his expectation. I can't afford to lose anything more.
Like, hey, if you can patch things
We
up with
have
him,
to win.
dope. If not, cut him out. Cut toxic people out of your life. I'm sorry.
The debate will not only protect Zubair Theater, but also
I mean, I
allow
know
me to
that's
settle things
somewhat
with
problematic.
Father.
Like, you can always try and make up with family and blah, 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 Vin Diesel family. But if there is no recourse, people that are destructive to your lives and aren't helping you
Let's go.
move forward in a positive manner,
I'll tell I know him very well.
All right.
Let's move out.
Bop, 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 bop. So I've been thinking about Paimon, right? Do people think Paimon is just like a weird thing? Like, Kokomi has her floating jellyfish, and it's clearly a form of magic, and Kale has the special Kale Amber.
Well, I'm off to meet...
Okay. Looking forward to your good news. That should be I'm not sure why, but...
You were great, NILOU! Talk like that during the debate.
Thanks for that, but I still feel like it'll be an uphill battle. I need
We haven't
to
broken any rules.
I'm acting as everyone's representative. Huh? What's left?
Is it only for art and performance? The theater.
What a strange question. Isn't a theater just...
Wait. You're not asking what the theater does. Let me think.
The most important thing about an experience is how you choose to interpret it.
Art must first be appreciated by others.
Mr. Zubair has been meticulously... Everyone is free to appreciate... Inaya really wants to win. When we were trying to find a way to save the theater, we heard many stories not of the theater, but of the people whose lives have been touched by it. Zubair Theater is our reason for coming together.
There you go.
It connects us all in unique ways.
Again, that's
In
subjectiveness.
other words, it's like a bond.
A bond?
The theater provides money for Miss Raykar and her children, inspiration for Mr. Kasani, and enjoyment for the people of the Great Bazaar. It also gives Inaya shelter from her family. It has brought us together after taking care of every single one of us, and its story won't end here. And we'll all be there for them. Aside from the delivery of performances, isn't this another reason for Zubair Theater's continued existence?
Yeah, that makes sense, but... Paimon doesn't see how this will help debate.
And I said her father doesn't care for interpersonal relationships. This may be his weak point.
Oh, gotcha! No matter how strong an opponent is,
I feel like that's another prong in our attack.
Paimon also feels a lot more...
Sorry for the wait. Things went a lot more smoothly than I expected. Why are you
The
all
debate's in 2
smiling
days.
so...
We realized that your dad might not be as scary as we had thought.
We just finished our prep. We have to win. No, we will win, Inaya.
Again, not a lot of combat during this. Where is he? There we go. Geo damage bonus 14.4%. Dope, doubled. Okay, don't have enough to get into the next level. I'll have to farm some of that. And then it's the next level I get this. Wait, was it when using his... Okay. All these people are at 48. They're oh so close to 50. Just because I want to get them all to Ascension 3. So I can collect all those. So I can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Acquaint Fates. Okay, wait for the debate 2 days later. They're 15 to 18? 15 to 18. Ah, 15:01. 1 minute late. Fashionably late. On the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, that means the Statue of Liberty is about to be hit by a tidal wave that will suddenly flash freeze, and Jake Gyllenhaal will have to run through New York City.
Time. We did a lot of preparations with NILOU. Hopefully they were helpful.
Grand Bazaar. Debate time.
Hello and welcome, everyone. I am Safwan, a scholar from the academia, and I will serve as this debate's adjudicator. I swear to judge both parties with the utmost wisdom and impartiality. I will neither interfere with the proceedings nor demonstrate bias. I ask for both parties to stand. May the Dendro Archon also serve as a witness to this duel of wits.
Now I kind of wish I waited to do this until I had Nahida in my party and actually had her witness this event.
Since you so desperately demand an explanation, I will expound on the Academia's stance. You may have misunderstood us from the outset and believe that the Academia is prejudiced against you. However, the truth is that the Academia wishes for every resident of Sumeru to be afforded opportunities to grow and cultivate their wisdom. Therefore, the works they consume should also possess enlightening qualities and intellectual value. We have failed to identify these qualities in the shows performed at Zubair Theater. In other words, instead of struggling against the Academia in pointless confrontations, if you had spent your time reflecting on improving the quality of your shows and enlightening your audience, Zubair Theater would not be today facing such a tragic fate.
Aggressive from the get-go. He's really putting on the pressure.
He's putting it on us, right?
Can NILOU stand her ground?
Calm down, NILOU. First, he said that we were shut down not because the academia looks down on the arts, but rather because...
The most important thing about an experience is how...
Art must first be appreciated by others to confer value.
Mr. Zubair has... Everyone is free to appreciate art. Hinaya really want... The theater carries everyone's feeling. Everyone is free to appreciate art.
Art must first be appreciated by...
I like that.
Don't think that would make for a good...
No? Then that one.
In your eyes, our shows can't meet the academia's expectations. Shouldn't it be the audience who decides if a show is intellectual or enlightening? Why is someone from the academia judging that? Also, I believe that there is no such thing as a wiser or more enlightening performance. Art doesn't discriminate, and it appeals to all.
Yeah.
Everyone has the right to appreciate art.
Appreciation is but a primitive form of satisfaction. Guidance and enlightenment are necessary if we are to induce growth in the performers as well as the audience. This stance holds performers to a higher standard and encourages the development of the arts. If all performances are simple-minded, require little effort to comprehend, and lack any impetus for the betterment of society, then the people will not be able to develop a greater level of artistic understanding. Nurturing the populace's understanding requires a long and arduous process.
He changed the topic without batting an eye. If I remember correctly, someone at our theater has tried that before. He was a famed artist, but he recognized that very few people could connect with his works. I agree that art should be enlightening, but we can't pursue that goal by creating complicated... If a work can't tap into an audience's personal experiences or feelings, then its contents may as well be a castle in the sky. What's the point of performing a show that its audience can't even follow? That would only be forcing people to watch something they don't like.
You can only reach that conclusion from a place of ignorance.
In that case, before passing judgment, you should first become a better dancer than me.
You tell them, NILOU. Looks like he's backed himself into a corner.
As the party holding the burden of proof, Sharif has failed to provide sufficient support for his judgment of the quality of Zubair Theater's program. Likewise, the definition that NILOU put forth is but her personal opinion. Neither party is the victor for this particular point of contention. Additionally, I must request that both parties exercise...
Keep it up, NILOU!
In that case, I shall speak of more concrete matters. The essence of this issue is that you have violated the law, so you must now pay the price for your transgression. This course of action is also completely procedurally sound. We have already... However, you have consciously ignored our warnings, or perhaps your compliance was purely superficial. Regardless...
That is indeed so.
He started talking about procedural... Mr. Zubair has been meticulously managing the theater. Mr. Zubair has already provided signed copies of all documentation related to our operations. Everything is perfectly filled out and valid. Although the theater's performances don't align with the academia's requests, the law doesn't say that Zubair Theater can be demolished only because of that reason. Demolition notices need to be provided in writing and made available to the public. Otherwise, the theater can continue to operate as long as its license is valid. Failing to follow these rules makes your stance procedurally unsound.
Damn, NILOU, you get him.
Yeah, that's right!
There are different ways to apply the rules. There is precedent for this. So long as this matter is discussed within the academia...
Looking at the past 27 cases of similar nature, 90% of them support Sharif's claim. However, the demolition process in those cases was only started after discussion at the academia. In other words, premature notice of demolition is indeed a rash act.
That's more than enough. We've proven that the order is unreasonable as it currently stands.
Cease your futile resistance.
Resistance is futile. We will add your technological and biological distinctiveness to the collective.
NILOU's definitely won this point, right?
Still can't let her guard down.
Stay focused, NILOU.
Even if permission for demolition has yet to be obtained, it is a fact that your performances violated the academia's policies on numerous occasions. Based on that fact, we can permanently revoke your right to perform.
Under the current system, it is indeed possible to—
That's a thing?
That's his backup plan.
Rather than protecting Zubair Theater, I surmise that your true intention is to maintain your hold over your audience. Without them, Zubair Theater is nothing, and without its performances,
What you said isn't true.
Keep it cool, NILOU!
He's intentionally provoking you.
Right. I need to keep calm just a little more.
The value of the theater's existence.
Zubair Theater isn't simply a performance venue to us. It means more than that. It's been our home for a long time. Miss Raykar can't go on adventures anymore. But she has found a stable career and a new life at the theater. Her son, Sorin, has already passed his theater exam, and he'll soon be our newest member. Mr. Kasani found a new way to look at art. He decided to stay at the theater to watch us grow up. Mr. Farhad and Mr. Hushang visit even when there isn't a show going on. And they always tell us even Inaya wants to stay with us. And she's starting to look. Zubair Theater exists for them. For every single one of us.
Perhaps Zubair Theater has provided you with a multitude of positive emotions and experiences. However, you have misconstrued. The interpersonal relationships you speak of were established upon normal theater operation. Sheikh Zubair operates the theater for his livelihood. His employees work for their wages. Relationships are merely a byproduct in this exchange of interests.
My guy?
They may be pleasant and captivating, but when scholars collaborate to solve difficult problems, we freely share our knowledge and resources. However, this collaboration ends after the result. The reason is simple.
He really doesn't think much of relationships.
Sharif's argument is currently the continuance of the interpersonal relationships NILOU spoke of remains hypothetical before the theater's demolition. Whereas the situation that Sharif described, the academia has made significant academic contributions, in no small part.
Oh no, what should we do?
Compartmentalization,
Things
patience.
are good. A setup?
Good. He said what he said. But is the Inaya really wants to win? She already agreed to this. Mr. Sharif believes that interpersonal relationships are a byproduct of working towards a goal.
Let's wreck this man's
Once
personal
that goal
life.
is achieved or abandoned, those relationships would have no more reason to continue. Then, if someone has failed to live up to his expectations...
If someone has failed to live up to your expectations and ran away from home, then she shouldn't be your daughter anymore.
Inaya...
Sorry, NILOU. As expected, I should be the one to... If in your eyes, the purpose of my existence is to become your academic successor, then that goal has ended in complete failure. By your logic, that means there is no more reason to sustain our relationship as father and daughter.
Members of the audience who do not belong...
Let her speak. What she does not say, NILOU will...
No matter how many disagreements we've had, but you're so immersed in your own world, you can't understand why we come together for the sake of relationship.
Yeah, don't look down on...
You can watch a dance anywhere, but there's only one Zubair Theater.
I'm almost starting to feel sorry for this guy, what with the idiotic things he said.
Alright, Sheikh Zubair is dope in my book. He's clearly just riling up the crowd now.
Order! Order! Members of the audience, do not interrupt.
I confess that this is the final argument we had prepared. Disown me, and you will win the debate. But before that, I've been doing some soul-searching. Not about whether I should have run away from home, but whether there was any point to my personal rebellion. I kept trying to earn your approval, but I only disappointed you over and over. The truth is,
He sounds like a real
I ran
prick.
away from home as a means to vent my recurring frustration. That is to say, I was exerting pressure on you and hoping you'd give up on your lofty expectation. But by doing that, wasn't I just doing the same thing as you?
Alright,
I
that's an
won't
interesting way to
force
look
my
at it.
expectations upon you anymore. At Zubair Theater, I have found the life I've always wanted. I will move on from my family troubles, but if you dare to harm this place, then I will stand with my friends here and fight against you.
This is not the time to space out, Sharif.
You already consider them to be
You should be asking us that question.
Of course, Miss Inaya is a really good friend.
It was a bit of a process.
Make no mistake, all those who come to Zubair Theater become one of us.
There you go.
We will always be with her.
such puerile simplicity.
However,
it is surprisingly a relief.
there you go.
Wait, what are you... never mind.
Safan sees the writing on the wall. No, you're not gonna
Left?
declare us.
We won?
NILOU, you're amazing!
Anaya was also brilliant.
I relaxed for a moment. It looks like he still has a place for her in his heart.
Terrific work, NILOU, and
Didn't know you could get so fierce.
This really took a lot out of both.
Miss NILOU and Miss Inaya were so cool. Should we throw a
I
second
agree.
round of celebration?
The curtain finally falls on the debate. His name is Mr. Cyclops. Alright, nothing. Oh, I do own Tachin. Okay. Biryani. Palisaras. Oh, that's defense. Whatever. A Paimon hanging out with Anaya. I like that.
I actually want to learn how to dance.
That's a great wish.
I'll try my best. NILOU wasn't born an expert either.
People are sometimes born with certain advantages, but no one is born an expert. Double NILOU, double vision.
Oh, it's you. Yes,
it calmer?
I feel a lot better. I don't think I could repeat what I did a second. Yes, and it's all thanks to you.
I want to hear yours.
I see. Then I'll have to tell you about my teacher who Mr. Zubair had met. Mr. Zubair opened his theater when I was still a child. There was a beautiful dancer, and from the moment I saw her, I couldn't look away. I thought to myself, the gods must have blessed her with such talent. But later on, she would actually smile down at me and say, just the opposite. Yeah. She said, dance is an art born from toil. It isn't a gift from the gods, but a creation. It is a beautiful thing
I like
born from
that.
our life experiences. Whenever there is joy or something to be celebrated, people will dance. In other words,
Love that.
any place where people can
It's,
effortlessly
that
begin
episode
a
of
dance
Avatar: The Last
will
Airbender,
for
the
sure be
headband.
filled with the blessings of everyone's happiness. She wasn't looking for flowers and applause. All she wanted was to see her audience smile.
So that's what art means to the
Right.
people.
The same as what Mr. Kasani believes. I was completely moved by what she had said. So before she retired, she told me, for as long as you live, never forget what dance means to others. This is why Mr. Zubair and I never intended to listen to the academia. Even though it ended up causing everyone a whole lot of trouble.
Looks like you don't have to
thankfully-
worry anymore.
Although, yeah,
Anaya?
even though she has already decided to stop fighting with her father, they never managed to have a real conversation before he left. Mr. Sharif looked like he had a lot on his mind. He probably has a lot of things he wants to say, but, well,
That's a
yeah.
shame.
But you and Paimon are more than welcome to. Who knows?
Are you still worried about Inaya? Let's be sure to come back often. Who knows? Maybe things will have worked out for her.
Wait for the debate 2 days later. What time? 20. All right. I don't know if this is enough. It's only tomorrow, not the day after tomorrow. Which I can't think of without... Overmorrow? Is that the term? Nope, gotta wait one more day. $2010. Oh, we actually get to see the dance? Cool. I saw Anaya on stage. Are we gonna get to see? I mean, it's not the
Everyone,
most packed crowd.
I'd like to introduce you to our newest member, Hinaya. Hello. She'll be dancing for us from now on.
Inaya's taken her place on the stage! Oh, Paimon went... When you stop and think about it, having NILOU's efforts, everyone's wisdom, Inaya's determination...
And Sharif's mercy.
What do you mean by that?
We didn't have to agree to the debate.
You do have a point there. The whole demolition thing was going overboard. But he really could have banned NILOU. If he really wanted to be ruthless, he could have done some real damage. Oh well. It's not like we can understand how people like him think.
Enough of him for now.
Wait. Look who the cat dragged! Isn't that Inaya's father?
Let's greet him. He's come to watch his daughter dance.
Oh, it's you. I don't have much to do today.
Are you looking?
No, I am simply here to watch a performance. Well, I was, for my loss at the debate caused quite the loss of face for the academia. I used this opportunity to suggest that my superiors temporarily suspend me from...
Suspended?
Yes, I am temporarily unemployed. However, I now have an abundance of time. I admit that I do not understand the magic that this theater possesses.
Think you're about to, my guy.
But my curiosity... I still cannot forget that young lady's perseverance. Inaya would almost certainly mature in the presence of such a person. There are no parents who do not worry about their children. I suppose she managed to hit a weak spot. Never mind.
You're already here, so...
No, that... Do not tell her that I was here.
I think neither of you saw it, though.
Come on. Who knows if you'll get a chance like this again?
Oh, we get a cutscene.
But... Huh? You said you were going to make peace with your past. Show your father how much you've grown.
All right, put the controller down.
Don't be nervous. Everyone at Zubair Theater has your back.
This is sweet.
Hey, let's go somewhere else. We should give them some space.
You sure they'll be okay?
I don't know. But I think we should have faith in them.
I'll say NILOU's character model is really cute.
Ah, yes, Inaya. I have something for you. I'm still learning. It's hardly
Did he embroider something?
But it's yours, if you'll take it.
To make up for him?
You don't have to take it. It's fine. Never mind.
Take it.
Let's have a heart-to-heart. Father.
There you go.
Like father, like daughter. They're both so awkward with their feelings.
Yeah. She probably would have snuck away as well if I didn't drag her back.
Do you think they'll be able to reconcile?
I'm not sure. A complete reconciliation may also not be the best thing for them right now.
If it happens too quickly, they might fall into old patterns. Better to grow and learn how they've become
All
without
those
each
years
other.
of arguments and misunderstandings can't be settled overnight. It might be best if they continue to keep some
Take
distance
things gradual.
for now, but no matter where their hearts and bodies may be, they will always be family. All I wish for them is to be able to one day tap into the warmth of that bond. Oh, by the way, so we made you a little... Zubair and Mr. Kasani took charge of the design. Miss Rekha and Miss Nadja made us as adventurers. You two, that's why we hope that your time at Zubair Theater.
Wait, is it like a model of Zubair Theater, or is it like a replica?
You two are
So can I
welcome
have a
back
Zubair
anytime.
Theater in my teapot, or put a little replica Zubair Theater in my house?
Back and watch
in my
you
teapot?
dance whenever we get the chance.
According to customs, I should just drop the formalities and just accept it, right?
You're welcome. And come on, take it.
Miniature. So much. There it is. Okay. Yeah, it's right next to the hairpin that I got from Ayaka. Let's go to my teapot for now. I haven't really built out my teapot yet. I got to. I mean, I have my little gardening village over there. I have a little island over there, which I call Little Inazuma, because I loved Inazuma's layout. There's a little Inazuma-style village. Then I have a little beach village over there. Hot springs, and then a fish pond surrounded by glowing butterflies. It's a start.
This realm is true.
Still leveling up? Okay, no one leveled up.
If you ever had...
Thanks, Tubby. Alright, let's go drop off this tiny replica. It's an ornament. Should be able to go up here, yeah. Friggin' vases for days. Yeah, I got Ayaka's comb right there. I got the mini theater right there. That is pretty cool looking, actually, I'll say. Anyone got anything to say? No. Anyone got anything to say? No. I, of course, have Port Ormos music playing here because why wouldn't I? Just dun 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 dun. All right. Is there anything else? I don't have any more Hyakun Ikis right now. I'm done with the Ballads and Brews. Did all the trials. This is just logins. Make sure you log in every day. Or at least 7 times over the next 16 days, but... So So I think NILOU requires these and these, so that's cool that he drops water. I wonder why he drops water and ice. You know, I'll warp back here in a minute. Is there... Oh, that's for that. Okay. I actually want to do something. I found something really cool that... It's not terribly important, but I just noticed it. It's part of the Of Ballads and Brews subquest, clearly. Or event. I was gathering... in preparation for Albedo, he needed Cecilia flowers. And obviously the best place to get them is Star Snatch Cliff, which has like 30-something of them per day, or every other day. I've done that quest so many times, I don't care about that. But when I was walking around exploring it, I think, oh no, yeah, they're back already. I mean, I think I have more than enough to fully max out Albedo. But hey, couldn't glide because I was out. That's brilliant. So while I was exploring and just gathering materials, I happened to run upon a certain character while up here. I ran in to the Animo god himself, Venti. Just chillin'.
I didn't expect you to come by here. Unless... Oh, were you following the fragrance of wine on the wind?
It's part of the quest for, or the Ballads and Brews event.
Sure. The sound of your voice is always a pleasure to hear.
He provides information about Razor and the blessings.
Blessings? Oh, that. Between you and me, I breathed a sigh of relief when nobody said their wishes out loud during the toast. That would have really put me in a tough spot. The Animal Archon Barbados doesn't have unlimited power, you know.
Especially not with your gnosis gone.
I had to take a really deep breath to get the winds of the far-flung past blowing. I nearly went blue in the face. I didn't expect you to come by here. Sure. The sound of your voice, he's grown up so much
Razor.
Recently.
I just thought this was really cute
Such
and
a
just
joy to see. Suddenly I sound just like an old grandpa. He was lucky to have friends like you. I see a kind, gentle soul with a healthy dose of romance and freedom too. In other words, a true Mondstadt. You, on the other hand, don't worry.
Thanks, Venti.
I didn't expect you to come by here. Sure. The sound of your... Oh, I've been very busy on that front. I'd long since drunk my fill by Windcoming Day. But, I wasn't counting on everyone bringing out their finest vintage to welcome me. The fragrance alone was so intoxicating. Full disclosure, I also secretly hid 2 bottles away for myself at the end.
I expect nothing less. I thought that was really good. I just thought it was really cool that it's just a tiny thing, but hey, you can find Venti just out in the world and he'll answer questions about the event. I've said it, I think Mondstadt looks kind of the crummiest of all the regions. It was really cool when we first experienced it. It was an awesome starting region when the game launched, but it's lackluster now compared to Liyue, Inazuma, and Sumeru. Definitely Sumeru and Inazuma, which are both just huge in comparison. But from this distance, I will say the city of Monset does look really pretty. Just like a nice island fortress. This looks cool. Now, I don't know if the other characters from the event are wandering around. And that would be kind of cool, like if you could find Rosaria somewhere, Barbara. Because it literally had every Mondstadt character, right? Like, is Jean still in her office? I don't see Kaya and Mika hanging out here anymore. I don't see Lisa hanging out here. I don't see that scholar from Inazuma here either. Elon Musk researching her Teslas. That's Clee's solitary confinement room. Yeah, so I don't think I saw any other characters when I was in Springvale last. Oh wait, is that Lisa? Did I just spot Lisa from half a city away? I did. I did! Holy crap!
I'm much more suited to leisurely days like these. I'd love to, cutie. Too bad I can't offer you some tea.
Alright, about Vine Laser Fest.
Originally, I only planned on having a glass or two. I thought I deserved a treat after being such a
knew
good
Venti
teacher
was there.
recently.
I honestly did not expect to find her. That's awesome.
But that was before I came to appreciate how truly exceptional the festival exclusive vintage was. Before I knew it, I was already rather tipsy. I'm a bad example. Don't be like me, cutie.
There we go.
I'm much more suited to... I'd love to, cutie.
Let's find out more about Varka.
I was quite surprised to learn that the Grand Master had written a private message just for me. And I was equally surprised to find out that Razor's been on his mind this whole time. Especially given how demanding he is of Jean. He left her to figure out the whole Vine Laser Fest on her own. I'll have to have a stern word with him on Jean's behalf when he returns.
Damn right, Mommy. I mean, Lisa.
I'm much more suited to... I'd love to, cutie.
Tell me
It's
about
funny.
Razor.
I always thought the Grand Master was the one who gave him the name Razor, but it turns out his birth parents chose it all along.
It's an interesting name.
Anyway, Razor told me he heard the voices of his parents during the festival, like stepping on a rock in the sun. Warm, but also heavy. I'm sure he must think of them as both kind and dauntless people.
Yeah, that's perfect. Save. Oh, sorry, buddy. Now, obviously that's that. Where else could I possibly find... You know, Margaret, you got anything to say? There was nowhere to be found. Alright, there we go. Does Lisa give off... Lisa doesn't give off any different energy. I just think that's nuts that I've never...
Looks like Mika's really growing up.
Mika's really growing up. Someone mentioned Mika. That's cool. New NPC dialogue. Pain. I don't know where else anyone could be. I don't think I've ever seen anyone wandering around Springvale. Those are regular people. Regular. Bunch of regular schmucks. Oh. Hey! Alright, Sucrose.
Hi there. Are you here to take a look at my stall? I have a lot of newly developed research products. Okay. Go ahead. Oh, this? I actually wrote out all the nutritional information and prices for my bioalchemy products in advance.
We found Sucrose. Okay, so we found
the customers still prefer to ask
Venti,
directly.
Lisa, and Sucrose.
So, I just read off the sheet for them. Running a stall is a huge challenge for me. Maybe I could get Noelle to interact with the customers, and I'll do the rest. Hi there. Are you here to take a look? Okay. I have here the Iota Series Rapid Acting Deep Freeze Mist Flower, the Theta Series Fragrance Enhanced Sweet Flower, Variation 21, and the Epsilon Series Tetra Sweet Sensetia, Variation 63. I'm proud to put my name to all of these products. You won't need...
I don't.
Hi there. Are you here to take... okay. I'm sorry for running off back then.
Running off and leaving Noelle?
I just thought that you and Noelle would do a better job of expressing things than I could.
I hate you, Sucrose, so it's okay.
Did everything work out in the end? Mixing the Epsilon Series Tetra Sweet Sensetia. Oh, and...
everything turned out great.
Then, can I ask you for a favor? That way, we'll be...
It's very nice of you, you little monster, who's appeared before me, despite not being on the banner, time and time again. I wish there was a record of how many times we've summoned individual or pulled individual characters. Because I'm truly curious how many Sucroses I've gotten. Because I know it's well over 20. In, not the last poll, the last time she was available on the banner. Trying to remember which banner it was. What banner was she recently on? Hold on, let me pull this up. Genshin banners. Genshin banner list. Oh, she was with the Ganyu Kokomi. And I think it was when I was pulling for Kokomi that I got easily 7 of her. And she was already like C6'd at that point. Yes, I think when I was pulling for Kokomi. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot all about Olaf, who was frozen in time. And he's Draft's ancestor. How did you get on with your Bono family? Skipped over so many centuries that we try as we might, Dreff and I cannot figure out where exactly I fit in the family tree. Therefore, how we should address one another. So we just gave him started using first names. You gotta overlook some things when you're in a strange situation. Being related by blood does not give us an inexplicable connection, though. Draff and I are complete strangers, yet we keep fighting that we have just so much in common, especially when it comes to drinking. It comforts me that hundreds of years, Mondstadt still has excellent taste in alcohol. Every time we start talking about it, his little girl Diona gives me a dirty look. That really makes her great, I don't know how many greats it is, but her granddad of indeterminate greathood feel greatly aggrieved. That's really cute. The age I lived before my accidental cryopreservation. He knows the word cryopreservation? Props. See, I like that even random NPCs are mentioning Vinelacefest. That's kind of dope. Alright now, sorry. I don't see any other NPCs, and I don't know where else I would look for them. I've been to Wolfendom a few times in the past few days, and I haven't seen Razor there. It's fine for now. Let's head to... Aru Village. We have a quest that we can do here. So yesterday I just happened to save at Aru Village 2 or 3 days ago, and when I was doing my daily quest, I loaded in at Aru Village, and a cutscene automatically started, and I met this guy named Kalantari, who read Tirzad's research paper that he's already published. I didn't expect you to sneak all the way to Aru Village. This old bag of bones is going to fall apart chasing after you, you know. Ah, Mr. Sohail. Someone of your age should be reading through texts and records in the Academia. What are you doing out here? What am I doing here? I'm here to stop you youngsters from running off to the desert, of course. All of you have read quite a few papers. You can't keep your cool. Tirzad gained some success once, and you all go charging into the desert like mindless fungi. The sage is afraid you'll alert the Matra and worried that you might damage the ruins, so I was sent to dissuade all of you. All of us, but I came alone. I even specially applied for paid leave to keep it a secret from everyone else. You came here alone, but you're not the only one with the same idea. Do you know how many applications the sage received yesterday? 46! A total of 46 applications, all of them from young students wanting to try their luck after reading that paper. They gave all sorts of excuses. Helping a neighbor whose house caught fire, a fungi invasion turning their homes upside down, accidentally consuming spoiled curry. If only they used their creativity on writing papers. What a vast assortment of excuses. And exactly why you shouldn't trust them. As they say, the absurdity of the truth is often exceeds any researcher's imagination. I haven't seen any other researchers here in Aru Village, so there's a high chance they were all telling the truth. Of course you didn't. I've already convinced all 45 of them to go back while on my way here. You're the last one. Listen, academic research never relies on luck. Tirzad may have produced a well-written paper, but we still haven't verified its credibility. But I found a guide. No buts. Having no prior experience is enough to get you lost in the desert. Even if you don't get lost, there's no guarantee you won't accidentally damage something within the ruins. For the sake of your safety and the ruins', you must head back. If you refuse, I'll have Hulwani from the Corps of 30 escort you back. Please head back. All right. That's how a researcher of the Academia should act. All right. Off you go. Mr. Sahil, you're not going back. Of course not. I'll be staying here for some time to stop other rash researchers like you from entering the desert. I'm not rash. I'm just in need of inspiration. Goodbye, traveler. We may meet again. Safe travels. He looks real sad. Yeah. My guy, you just took a paycheck away from me. What do you think about this, Hulwani? Sorry, I was busy with Kalantari. I didn't get to greet you. I'm Sohail from the Usaiba family, a researcher from the Bahumana. Tirzad's paper isn't very credible, so you might have ended up going all that way for nothing. No, I was there. Are you the ones mentioned in the acknowledgement? A gift from the desert. That's us, the famed Indira and Paimon, the travelers who went on an expedition with Tirzad. Being willing to support your employer is a good thing, I suppose. It shows you value contracts as the people of Liyue do. But you can't fool me! I've been to the desert in my youth. I never once encountered places like Kamenu Temple or Kaj Nisut mentioned in the paper. Besides, the sandstorm on top of the mausoleum of King Desret is still as I remember it from my youth. So I suspect that Tirzad never entered the mausoleum of King Desret. He probably made it all up. Fairly certain you took his Mora and got your story straight, so that when someone comes to check, his paper would seem more credible. It might have been a good plan, but unfortunately you ran into me. Well, I certainly believe you're not as easily tempted by Mora, so Tirzad must have made an offer you couldn't refuse. I've seen many researchers who would stop at nothing just to complete their papers. Anyway, you're free to go. Just don't help him write fake theses anymore. Please leave. Paimon's so peeved. He even said that about Tirzad. That's too much. He's saying we faked it just because he couldn't find a way into the ruins himself. It's right here. Perfect. That's an important piece of evidence. Wait a minute. The symbols of the center is lit up. It's probably because of Kaj Nisut. We might be able to enter the depths of the ruins now, you know, the place we couldn't enter before. As you adventure further in, the Scarlet Sand Slate will progressively display key locations throughout the ruins. Follow the Slate's guidance and use your special clearance to unlock these devices. Oh, we got a new thing. The clearance of Kaj Nisut. 10,000... And the Ferryman's clearance. We already had Kaj Nisut. The Ferryman's clearance is new. And I did find one more off stream, so I'm only one clearance away, and maybe one more symbol in the center. It looks like it could probably be 3 symbols there. From having it all. 10,000 palaces have become hidden under the sand. And none of them are left to tell of the king's rule. But follow ye the trail of wind, and secret wisdom shall guide you to rediscover the king's dream. The Duat Hall needs the Ferryman's seal, which I have. Kaj Nisut I've done. The Verity Cell require 3. The Obscuring Cell require 3. Giant Fan 2. Everlight Cell 1. Primal Barrier none. Plinth of Secret Rites none. Ooh, what? Has this been here the whole time? The village named Aru is the shelter for the remnants. For those who witnessed Kaj Nisut know the original Aru is elsewhere, the source of the Sandfall. I've done Abju, I've done Kamenu. I think I was in the mausoleum. Opet Hall. After you visited Kasha the Scarlet Sand Slate, gave clearance to proceed underground to the Duat Hall. Within the mausoleum of King Desret, follow the instructions and step heretofore in untouched territory. These all have check marks next to them. Head to the Duat Hall, following the guidance of the Scarlet Stone Slate. Alright. Alright. Ah. Well. Yeah, I just got this symbol, so... According to the Stone Slate, we've arrived at our destination. Paimon doesn't see any special devices. Even though we're definitely inside the mausoleum now. Have we gone the wrong way? Should we have another look? There's new writing and 3 dots of light. The mortal plane is like a river between the underworld and Aru. Mortals must not cross, must not probe, must not... Paimon doesn't understand this word. Or they shall descend to the underworld forever. In order to ascend to Aru, one must have a body like that of a vulture and soar above the underworld. Peck at 3 different organs in order to obtain the consent of Al-Akhmar and fly across the river in the form of a falcon. Or it's covet. Must not covet. Peck at 3 different organs. Something to do with organs to open a new path that leads to Aru. Tearzad mentioned it, sure. Right, thank you. Follow. Oh, there we go. Follow the Stone Slate's guidance and obtain full clearance. I think that was the last location I needed too, right? Done with Mondstadt. Done with Leeway. Done with Inazuma. Yeah. Alright. Dope. That's something. Alright. So I only need one more. Follow the guidance to the place of rebirth, the place of breath, and the place of swallowing to obtain greater power. How do I know which one I've done so far? I think I've done this one. I think I did this one. Yeah, I'm almost positive I did this one. Yep, it's already lit up. Okay, that means I did this one, I believe. Let's just check in. You've reached the place indicated by the Stone Slate. So this is the place of rebirth. I've definitely been in here before. Alright, and this is the place of breath. I think this is the one I was having problems with. And it took me a while to get through here. But I think I did manage to do it. Yeah, I did. Okay. So... we have to go to the place of swallowing. That's, And it's in the Duat Hall. Okay. Hey, that's an... interesting name. Stop. Don't go any further. Okay. It's timed. I don't think I have enough time. Let's just count. As soon as it turns off, we have you go. Okay, bud? Go. What's there, buddy? Where are you going? Okay. No clue where I am, by the way. No idea. Oh, god damn. What? The Great Hall of Truths? Alright. I mean, like... bam. Proof. Guess we don't need their help. I'm Mr. Brill. Let's go kill some of these guys.
Scatter! Positions!
This dance is for you.
Hold the line! Terminate! All my strength! Wow, what a lovely surprise!
There's Celia over there. So this is the Palace of Swallowing. Just doesn't feel good to say. There it is. This is it. Alright, so that's one lit up. That's two. Alright, so it's two lit up. We need two more. We're probably gonna find an obelisk in here somewhere. I lack the clearance. I need 4 clearance to get in here. And I only have 3. Alright, there's a Sealy there. What? Oh my god. That was lucky. What's up with you guys? As long as it's not another jar. That's just 10? Okay. Alright. Now, we gotta look for those other, There's another one. We're checking here. There's another one. Okay, so that's all 3 of them. So I did 1, that's 2, and there's 3 over there. Let's send you out now. You know what, we'll try. I don't know if this will work. Alright, you stay there. Go now. Dopeness. And we can guide this straight on down to the torch. So there's only 1 left. That's fine. And then we finished the swallowing challenge. Question is, how far does this go? This probably goes to there and then down. Ah. Go. Go. There we go. No problem. No problems. Oh, yeah. And this should complete this. And there we go, that's our final clearance. I don't know if we're getting a 3rd symbol below the ferryman's symbol. But I have full clearance now, apparently. So let's test out this full clearance by opening this door. The Great Hall of Truths is next. Oh my god, what?
For you.
Let's burn some of these quick. Yeah. These are 4 torches that don't seem to be lit up.
Rest and rebuild! Billowing surge! Hi! Positions! Ha! Yeah!
Alright, you know, as much as I like this party setup and I'm digging NILOU, just for now, let's...
Behold, the Prinzessin der Verurteilung.
As per our contract.
You know what, for now, actually, let's, throw...
Where are we dancing to?
There we go, we'll throw NILOU with Ganyu, so... I know it's not the most effective... Are we just going back where you came from? To light up those other torches? We are. This is the room you just escaped from. To light up that torch where you just were. And I didn't... That's on me.
La la la. Da da da.
No touching! Blaze over!
Gather! Order guide you!
Access denied.
And there we go. Don't know why I didn't do that first. Just guide all of them. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Don't stop. Keep going. Get out of here. Move. Move. Move.
Wow, what a lovely surprise.
All bad for 3 dendro sigils and some garbage. Fun. Alright, here we go. There should be nothing I cannot get permission for now, though. Paimon's been thinking for a while now. This place feels really important. It's like Storm Terror's lair, but in the desert. Paimon wonders if the bard sang about this place during King Desrot's reign. Let's get a closer look. This device doesn't look like it's working. Maybe it hasn't been used in a while. There might be a switch somewhere. All those just turned blue, I see. Permission. They all have 4 on them, so I don't think they need to be done in a certain order. I'm seeing those things, so it's clearly going to be the little blue lights that I have to follow. That's a torch, it's going to have to be lit up. And another one. Another one. You know, this is actually not so much the Storm Terror's lair. This is reminding me more of Enkanomiya and the Day-Night Machine. Right? The spinning light in the center. I mean, like... There you go. Here's us in front of a really impressive building. At the very center of King Desret's mausoleum. Is this Aru? Maybe. According to the Stone Slate, we've obtained his consent and reached Aru. This place doesn't feel like Aru. It's frighteningly huge device. More beautiful. At least filled with greenery. At the time I was look around, the Stone Slate couldn't hurt. There's a new line here. After flying across the river in falcon form, one must burn the embers of the sun at 3 places using feathers. Only through this may one obtain the mercy of Al-Akmar to send to Aru. Don't forget how Tirzad was maligned. Burn the embers of the sun. Feels similar to pick the organs. Light the 3 primal torches. So we gotta follow the primal embers. That's what they were called.
Solidify!
We're way behind schedule.
There you are. All right, gotta do another one.
Next on the agenda.
And I like how all the sound in this giant chamber is a little more echoey. It feels good.
No touching.
There you go. Nothing. All right, light that up. The second one, please. Thank you. Only one left. I like how one of them was already lit for us. It's very convenient.
Dance with the waves! Access denied.
Dumpy Dumpty Go!
And there we go. Okay, go light up that last torch, my guy. And we will now... Ugh. Coming from the other side. Dope. Oh, to an elevator? Cool. We're ascending to Aru now. What does that mean? Shrug. Oh, there's a boss. We're totally gonna turn off the sandstorm. Head to the hidden compartment at the top of the mausoleum of King Deathmatch. You know, let's keep NILOU. Well, let's give her a little more help first. You get a chicken. 2 chickens.
Stabilize! This is order!
The field annihilation array. This looks a lot like the matrix of so-and-so algorithm.
Born of ice and frost. This is long overdue.
And there we go. Dope. Ooh, cool cutscene time. And yep, and there goes the sandstorm. The sandstorm that Sohail decried it as proof. Oh damn, the whole pyramid shapeshifting? Journey, the path to enlightenment. No one knows how these great monuments were built or why they were lost to time. We haven't come completely empty-handed. The record of Aru Shut. Stone's like covered in red ink. We can take it back to Sail. I bet he'll be speechless when he sees this. It's been a long time. The scarlet flowers in my residence have bloomed, wilted, and bloomed again. The primary form of Aru is nearing completion. It won't be long before Aru becomes capable of encompassing the desert in its entirety, just as Lord Al-Akmar has prophesied. This way, Lord Al-Akmar's unbending ambition will finally be realized. When that day comes, I will be able to see my mother smile again. My mother was always prejudiced against Lord Al-Akmar. She was of the opinion that he was the cause for the calamity in Gurabad. But this was not the case. She seemed to have forgotten that it was Lord Al-Akmar who promoted me, the product of a tryst between a fugitive and a maid, to be the architect of Aru. To a person with a background such as mine, this was an exceptional honor. No king loves his people more than Al-Akmar does. It was precisely because he was saddened by the disaster that took my father's life that he made the decision to build Aru in order to prevent such a thing from happening again. I firmly believe this. The mortal plane is like a river between the underworld and Aru. Mortals must not cross, must not probe, must not covet, or they shall descend into the underworld forever. In order to ascend to Aru, one must have a body like that of a vulture and soar above the underworld. One should peck at 3 different organs in order to obtain the consent of Al-Akmar, and fly across the river in the form of a falcon. After flying across the river in falcon form, one must burn the embers of the sun at 3 places using feathers. Only through this may one obtain the mercy of Al-Akmar to ascend to Aru. Here's to hoping that wisdom lives on in Kaj-Nisut, that all descendants of the desert will ascend to Aru, and that Gurabad will be restored to its former glory. I hope that this will all leave an everlasting legacy. Wait, I just heard an explosion. Maybe I should go check. The scrolling ends here.
Cleo is a brave girl today. I found a really weird-looking lizard. Want me to show it to you?
This is dope. Now my question... Okay, so those don't look like tortures, but... Can I activate these obelisks? No, it doesn't look like I can. Okay.
La la la.
This is really cool. Dope. It's like we're atop the, this is straight Super Mario Odyssey, right? We're atop the inverted pyramid in Super Mario Odyssey. Aru Shut. Or Aru Shoot. This is dope. But I mean, like, it's no longer casting this ominous glow in the sky, which it has been presumably for over 1,000 years. Right? Because King Desert died thousands of years ago, long before the Archon War, where Lord Rukkhadevata died.
La la la.
Where's the entrance to this? How did I get here again? I came up an elevator. Came up an elevator, but I don't know where it is. All right. So, my guy, so heal. I refuse to escort you into the desert. But the mausoleum of King Desret, which has remained the same for centuries, has undergone an unprecedented change. You saw it just now, didn't you? I need to make a record. It's also my first time seeing this change. However, the sage has prohibited researchers from entering the desert without his permission. I'm not like those rash young researchers. I've dedicated years to studying in the academia. The answer is still no. Hello, long time no see. You're still having a nice time in Aru. I did say I wouldn't pursue the matter, but you should stop going around deceiving people. I'm getting old, so my time is way more precious than yours. I have more important business to attend. Want to get closer to the mausoleum? No, not at all. I would never go against the sage's restrictions. I just want to... Wait a minute! Both of you are covered in dirt. You're holding a suspicious... Did you just return from the desert? Are the changes in the mausoleum of King Desert linked to you? Yep. Generations of Vahumana researchers tried everything they could. Yet none succeeded, but you two easily. Can I take a look at the stone slate you brought? Sure. The forest will remember your generosity. Soheil's eyes open wide as he scans the stone from every angle. Due to various reasons, practically all records of the later period of Al-Ahmar's civilization have been lost. Even those are occasionally dug up or just fragments. I've never seen such a perfect stone slate. Not only me, even the sage may have never witnessed such a miracle. You were calling us frauds just a short while ago. Did you really enter the mausoleum as Tirzad's paper described? Yep. In the name of Vahumana researcher Soheil, and on behalf of my family, I sincerely apologize. I hope you so kind as to forgive my greatest mistake. Ignorance. A sudden change. Could you allow me to carefully inspect that slate? I'll compensate you. As for the amount, let's go someplace quiet. It's a lot cooler here. Mind letting me see that slate? Soheil examines the slate, alternating between frowning and marveling. You're spending too much time. You're not trying to commit the text to memory and skimp on the pay. So I'm just fascinated. This is my first time seeing writing like this. Some of it looks like a construction log. It mentions Aru, but there's no way to know if it's any way connected to Aru Village. Too bad the records say little more. This discovery is certainly worth several pages of writing. You should be thanking Tirzad. If we weren't trying to prove Tirzad correct, we wouldn't have found this slate. You're right, Tirzad's the one I should be thanking, indeed. My next step would be to find a bigger collection of primary materials. That's going to be difficult without going deeper into the desert. Please hear me out. The sage prohibits any researcher from going into the desert. Now I wouldn't dare challenge the sage's authority, but I'm sure he'd never prohibit the giving of gifts, right? Something very precious. My archaeology notes. To be honest, I ventured into the desert more than a dozen years ago, but didn't find anything special other than the locations of several potential ruins. I believe it's fate that brought me back here to make your acquaintance. In these ruins, so I want you to have these notes. I get it. This isn't against the rules, but I'm afraid your actions would. My actions? I'm simply presenting a gift as a celebration of my friendship with Andira, the big hero, and Paimon, the little hero. Isn't that more than fair? I guess. It's fair indeed. The world of researchers is way too complicated. He could have just come right out and said he needed our help. Yes, Paimon. He's afraid of the big guy over there. He must have found his reasons. I don't want to put down Paimon again. And he justifies everything. Well, that's one thing you shouldn't. Don't worry, Paimon's never interested in knowledge. Okay, day 32. It's been a month since I first set foot in the desert. During that month, we recorded everything we could. But what's the use? Any potential topic it's already been written about. When I saw the people were writing extremely niche, incomprehensible papers like the aesthetic preference of structures in Desert civilization and analysis using the pyramidal inclination of the mausoleum of King Desert as an example, I knew that the only way to find a breakthrough would be to enter the mausoleum itself. But we could never enter. Everyone's patience has been worn out. Not to mention we're running out of drinkable water. I'll give it another day. Hopefully during our last attempt things will be different. Day 34, returning to Auto Village. Day 35, I can't leave empty-handed. I think of something, or I'll be laughing stock. Day 38, we discover new ruins. But whenever we're trying to get closer, a transparent mechanism would push us away, stopping us from proceeding. I'm absolutely certain that Desert created this mechanism to cover up evidence of his tyrannical autocracy. We discovered 3 more of the transparent ruins, which make 4 in total. However, we still haven't found a way to enter them. Perhaps a vision is necessary for cracking it. We've entered the dune of Korosis, the cone-shaped ruins that look similar, like a smaller version of the mausoleum. I guess I'll call it the Tomb of Korosis for now. Though it's a lot smaller than the mausoleum, I still find it hard to imagine how Deseret enslaved his people to build such a structure. Disappointingly, we've encountered the same mysterious powers last time, keeping us away. Archaeology team has been attacked by a group of Eremites called Thutmose. I've never heard the name before. Their leaders are 2 young men, Samael and Jabrail. We knew that. One wanted to kill us, the other let us all go. They seem like fanatic believers in Deseret, so they're nowhere near decent. Nevertheless, I hope Deseret will always bless that young man, and that his axe will always remain sharp. Now I have no choice but to return to academia and face their ridicule, but honestly, compared to the mockery, I have no improvement of knowledge and painful. In the boundless forest of knowledge, I am but a snail that has only just crawled onto one of the branches. I've also been thinking, the sheep in the nearby area often disappear for no reason. The locals believe they were swallowed up by a rock called the Lamb Devourer Rock. Those Eremites suddenly jumped out from the rocks. Those members were specialized techniques to hide. I'll hire an Eremite from Thutmose as my guide. The Tomb of Korosis, finally. Suhail's wish. Oh my god, that opens up a whole bunch of quests. Damn! I got 3 of the 4 transparent ruins, apparently.
Take a deep breath, as if you're about to blow up.
That's underground, I believe. So let's go here and drag down. All right. While I'm up here, I can... Literally, whenever I see like a small collection of pixels, I'm like, Scarab? Scarab? Scarab. Party setup.
Ready for a rehearsal? Have you heard the Ballad of the Treasure Chest?
All right, one down. Lamb Devourer Rock.
Time to begin.
This is where the notes that mentioned that notes would appear and disappear.
I'll be back.
A secret hideout. I assume it's that. Secret mission. Secret mission. Why don't we listen in on some eremites nearby? Maybe it's to listen as he gets close to the door. Okay, where else? Maybe those guys over there?
Sexton, come on! Focus!
I was trying.
I'll take my leave. I'll be back.
Okay, let's try this again. There's a full friggin' camp over here. Okay. So, I have to somehow find my way in. I'm not hearing like anyone talking. We'll mark here's a point of interest for now. We'll come back to you later, buddy. Oh, well that's... She clearly had just a big old marker over her head. So let's, There we go. Got away. Oh, she just stopped there and now she's walking right. Okay. So I clearly have to wait for that NPC to walk near that? That is so specific. Should I take him out? Maybe that might be a good option. Like, how far does this one person walk before they loop around? Like, does he stop at all and talk? No, he doesn't. Alright, it looks like this is where she's making the loop and turning around. No? Come on. Oh no, how far does this person go? There's also a chest right there. Or is that a crate? No, it's a crate. Alright, there she is. Making her way up. And even further away. I think it might not be a bad idea to take this one guy out when he's over here far enough away. Is she doing a full lap around the oasis? If so, I missed my chance by like seconds. Go back to sitting down. Okay. Here she comes. Why isn't the boss hit? Did something happen to him? Yeah, he was trapped in an endless dream for all eternity. I just need to duck behind the password protected door. Wait a minute, what's the password again? Darn it. Margbara Paravisvan. Wait. Got it.
Next on the agenda.
Margbara Paras.
Next on the agenda.
Gotcha. Look for valuable items.
Next on the agenda.
Oh.
Born of ice and frost. With all my strength.
Oh. Alright, you're going that way? Well, I clearly have to go that way, so let's go this way first.
Your journey ends here.
Access denied.
Lord of Sand, your sacrifice is ready.
I can fix this. Come on, focus.
Let's Geodaddy.
No touching. Born of ice and frost.
The golden slumber.
Hey, we did that quest. Ugh, always missing one. We're missing the dunes. I mean, there's like a lot of goods here. Can we just like take all this Mora? Like, I'm sure that would be.
Next on the agenda.
I'm sure no one would mind.
Next on the agenda. We're way behind schedule.
Damn it! Ah, you'll work for now.
We're way behind schedule.
The third hourglass takes 1, 2, 3.
There's nothing wrong with reaping a reward every now and then.
Okay, clearly gotten that one. So I came down from there. Alright, so let's head deeper in.
I'll be back.
Next on the agenda.
Like a lamb to the slaughter today. Try to keep up.
No touching.
You won this one.
We're way behind schedule.
Cool. Dope.
Like a lamb.
Born of ice and frost.
Whoa, Echo.
Dance with the waves.
All hail.
Solidify.
Jumpy, jumpy, go!
That's fine. And dead. Desert House Save and Store. Alright, we're getting close to some of these markers.
Need more.
Perhaps whoever left these behind was also fulfilling a contract.
Oh my god, a bunch of Sealies in cages. Go ahead, my guy. Alright, the next... So your guys' whole deal is you're capturing little fairies and putting them in cages? That's like your whole deal right here? I will say...
You are not welcome here.
I will say we're getting hella chests. Sun-scorched solemnity. A geo explosion that opened a cave, revealed a hidden item and a secret passage to the surface above the ruin golem. All right. Go towards that one. I'm guessing there's 3 though. Rule of 3. Not right now. Sorry. I sometimes do co-op requests when I'm just doing free play, usually not while I'm streaming though.
Spread your wings and raise a storm! Where do you think you're going?
Boing, boing, boom!
There we go. Holy crap.
Born of ice and
Bird,
frost.
screw you.
Goodbye. But we'll meet again.
There's nothing wrong with reaping a reward every now and then.
Desert wall drapes, flaming feathers.
Next on the agenda,
Alright, gotta find a third caged Sealy. There he is. Right next to one of the tablets.
La la la.
Is it the Dunes tablet? It's not the Dunes tablet. It's the Valley tablet. Therefore, it's not what I need.
Jumpy, jumpy, go!
I'll be back.
Oh, hey, chest. There's just a bunch of random junk in it. A battered stone slate.
Time to go to work. Now you're testing my patience.
Pew! Jumpy, jumpy, go!
We'll meet again.
Yonk yonk. Alright, so there should be one lizard.
born of ice and frost.
Take that!
I'm a little low on energy.
I got you, you stupid sand eel. I got that one, and that one.
Gather!
Access denied.
Go, there we go.
Now you're testing my patience.
Ouch!
Meet again.
No touching.
Take that.
All right, one more. Melt, melt, melts. Alright, now. Oh, right there. Dunes? Dunes. If this, like, loops around... Oh, what is this? A trial.
Like a lamb
them to the slaughter.
Excuse me, guys. I'm just gonna steal your food.
Stabilize!
Blaze over! Access denied.
This dance is for you.
I'll
Heartless.
I'll take my leave.
All right, easy enough. Nope. Damn it. I'm not. Well. Okay, try sliding. Come on, I don't want to have to go through here again. Figure the party. I really don't want to have to. Damn it. Because that was clearly how I got through there. Was that chest there before? I don't believe it was. Neither, nor that one. Point of interest to come back to. For now, let's just blitz through here.
Next on the agenda.
But I got Dune, so I actually should be able to. Restore.
Beautiful treasures are a cause for great happiness.
No dendro sigils for that, huh? Ah, I got one of yous. Okay, this is where I got the gift for him. Right? Yep. And we're almost there.
We're way behind schedule.
I know, because you got stuck between a wall and a root. Alright. Take this nice and slow. Don't be dumb. Don't be dumb. Take your time. Okay, taking our time. It's plateauing. Ja. Okay.
There's nothing wrong with reaping a reward every now and then.
Okay, this one got me to interstitials. Dope, 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 dope. I don't see any Dendroculus, so I think we're good to go here. So this is one of those towers, so is this gonna activate another oasis? Am I gonna keep restoring light to the desert? Mm-hmm. Yep, this is one of the towers we saw in the Priest of Deseret's vision about Rukkhadevata. Yep, created another oasis. I was here not long ago, and a lot of this area was gray and lifeless. That's really cool. Oh, I already found that one. So I already got all 3 things for him. Let's heal up. Hey, Sohail. Did you find anything special in the desert? We explored the transparent ruins. Did you find anything? Of course. Be prepared to be thunderstruck. Gave him 3 stone slates. So King Deseret did indeed withhold a secret behind that unknown force. I shall get to the bottom of it. This is... How could this be? You look pale. Did you discover something terrible? No, sorry. Not exactly terrible. The writings on the stone slate look complicated, but they're actually records of leave requests. In addition, the recorded excuses are not any different than that of young scholars today. It's a good thing I failed to find a way to access the transparent ruins back in the day. I imagine that I would have been quite livid. Anyway, I must thank you for bringing the slates back. Perhaps I should ask around about the excuses people make in Mondstadt. That should be enough to write a paper. Time out from a busy schedule on the evolution of the perception of days off in different societies. So see if excuses have changed. Excuses have remained the same throughout time, or is it societal? Did you find anything special in the desert? We explored the Lamb Devourer rock. You were in any danger. Not that I doubt you couldn't handle the situation even if you did encounter Thutmose. 3 stone slates, so there's a secret base after all. No wonder Thutmose still managed to rob me despite all the precautions I took. What a bunch of ignorant fools. They claim to worship King Deseret, and yet they randomly throw such important relics around? Inexcusable. I must thank you on behalf of the Academia for getting such a valuable, Just the opposite. It's a love poem. Perhaps the slate is more valuable to those from Haravatat. I can already imagine what titles they'll come up with. On the relationship between the development of rhetoric and the progress of civilization. Our final one. What's this third and final slate gonna be? In the Tomb of Karasis. We went to the Tomb of Karasis. It's a miniature version of the Mausoleum of King Deseret, just like I said, right? Any new discoveries? Give him the stone slate. Sounds like you didn't find anything special. I guess size isn't the only difference between the two. And as for the slate... From what I can tell, it's an ordinary fable that features some animals. That's okay, I can still squeeze out a paper about this, albeit a short one. The Retreat of the Sheep, a preliminary study of environmental change in the desert. Now that the 3 ruins have been fully explored, I can finally put my thoughts to rest. Well then, to celebrate the strengthening of our friendship, I shall prepare more gifts of gratitude for our big hero and little hero. You scratch our back, we scratch yours. That's right, we got treasure, you got inspiration. The papers, even though I collected enough materials, I no longer depend on churning out volumes. It's a breakthrough I'm after. I must still go into the mausoleum myself. But the sage said, "Yeah, I get it. It's always about the sage with you. I'm just griping, that's all." What do you need a breakthrough for? To become a candidate for the next sage, of course. To outsiders, the difference between a researcher and a sage is that of a small fruit and a large fruit. In reality, the gap is even greater than a difference between a hilichurl and a slime. Completely different. Exactly! They're different things altogether. The sages control the Akasha, so they virtually have all of us researchers by our throats. They could make or break us with one word. So many people have labored and fought over papers, some even as old as me. We'd give up our dignity just for the chance to be deemed worthy by the sages. Therefore, I must become a sage myself, or all the suffering I've endured would have been for nothing. I'm sure you understand if you were a researcher. Notes? Yeah, remember when you wrote your notes? Compared to the mockery, having no improvement in knowledge is more painful to endure. I wrote that? The experience I've had are indeed true, but if it wasn't for your reminder, I never would have looked at things from that perspective again. It's good to remember. And here, Ivan, it's a bit abrupt, but there's one more favor I'd like to ask. No, I have enough stone slates. I feel like reading my own notes again. Can I take them back? I'll have something else prepared for you as a gift. Thank you for all your help. May your travels be smooth, and thank you for reminding me of a time when I was younger. It's a pretty good feeling. Old notes and new friends. Why, yes. And what do I have to blame for that? But young researchers continuing to worm their way into the desert. Thanks to them, Hulwani and I have to do a few rounds around this place every single day. The heat's turning my legs to jelly over here. And I haven't had any time to really look into the stone slates you brought back. For shame. When can I get back to the Academia? Please stay away. I'm on a mission. Hello? I told you one researcher to talk to me. One of the young researchers goes MIA. It'll be on me. Be so easy, Hawani. Be so easy right now. Bop! 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 There we go. Right through the back.
Please, stay away. I'm on a mission.
No, but completing that wasn't a thing. It was probably a reputation at the very least. The very least, correct? But I think we're good now. So we've gotten all the reputation, or no, all the I keep saying permission. Clearance. Dodoy.
If you lie on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world.
I think we're a day or two away from these, right? 2 days. Hey, but we... Nice. So we got to the 60% exploration, which got us 100. Dope. 2 more of these. Alright. So if I were to do all here, next week, that would be 300, 440, right? Or 420, 420. Nice. Right, so that would just knock me up 1 more. Yeah, that would get me Taichin and the Observance. Ultra Hot Burner Lamb test model. Some junk. Biryani. Dendroculus, Treasure Compass. Obviously, those are the 2 that I care about. The Dendroculus Hunter and the Treasure Compass. Wouldn't mind the Wings of the Forest, but, eh. Alright. Not bad.
Next on the agenda...
Alright, it was a Sumeru-studded stream, guys, but I think that's where we're gonna call it. Because I have yet to eat dinner, and I'm kinda starving. And it is 12:30. Let's see. All we really have left, let me actually do this view, is these character stories. A lot, admittedly, a lot. Oh, shiver. And some hangouts. A lot of hangouts. Bennett, Chung, and I know the hangouts can be done multiple times to get multiple different endings. Especially Noelle's, which has 12 different endings. So I think I might be doing a stream tomorrow. Or maybe I'll just play through some of these. Because now that I'm done with the desert, and I only have to explore.
And move like that. Yep, that's it.
So all I really have to do left is some desert exploration of the of Sumeru to try and get more Dendro Sigils and Dendroculus to keep upgrading those various things. So I don't have enough to upgrade any of those yet. And we got a few more weeks before Nahida comes out with the next update. Very much looking forward to that. So I think November 2nd, so 2 weeks, is when the next, or a little over 2 weeks, I can get the exact time here. 17 days and 15 hours from now is the next big update. Oh, man. Primordial Jade Cutter. God, look how insane that is. Just reading it, it's, whatever. Alright, yeah, but you know, we got NILOU, we got Albedo, we got the characters I really wanted out of this stream. We got to finish our desert quest line for now. Nahida will be out in 17 days with the next story update, and most likely the conclusion of the Sumeru Archon quest. Looking forward to that. So that'll be Nahida, Layla, and I forget who's coming out with them. I think it was Yaimiko. I don't remember who else, what other banner was releasing alongside them. It hasn't been officially announced yet. There's been a bunch of leaks, but whatever. So until that time, we are going to be indulging in other things like story quests. I might not be playing as much on stream, but I will be trying to squeeze in 1 or 2 more streams. I'm definitely going to get one tomorrow. This and another game. Probably Digimon Survive. I'm going to try and squeeze them in tomorrow. And I'll try and squeeze in another stream later in the week. I'll try and maybe get 2 more. Just doing a bunch of story quests, character stories, and getting to know them. Just for fun. Just, you know, killing time, character streams. Is there another image over here? Where... Oh, that's just the... I already have it. I have it tagged. There you go. All right. But on that note, guys, thank you so much for joining me.
Sleepiness into it, and then
we got some really good pulls today.
it's now flying away.
This was a fun little session. I really liked it. I liked NILOU's little story. It was cute, and it went in a direction I did not expect. I did not expect a debate team. So thanks for joining me. If you're watching on Twitch, follow. If you're watching on YouTube, like, comment, subscribe. You guys know the drill. That is it for this thing I've done. Bye.
First, get into position like this, and move like that. Yep, that's it.